As we go throughout today, we've got races going along all around the country, people from around each of the states and territories around Australia that are going to be battling it out against each other live here at the Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. So I'd like to begin today by acknowledging the traditional owners on the lands on which we all meet and compete, and extends respect to elders past, present and emerging. We are underway with our first race of the day, and it is a mixed race. So a lot of these races you'll going on throughout. So through the first 100 metres, we do have, it looks to be Aspen Pempathy from Loretto Marryatville. One of the big hubs that we've got today is the Loretto hub. We've also got hubs down in Launceston in Tasmania, and also the Red Shed in Canberra, a new addition to the indoor rowing, to the rowing community here. So Sophie Britton from Launceston leading, Alice McCready from Newcastle, and then we've got Aspen Pempathy and Edie van der Sommen in there as well. Stella Allport, Lucinda Dowling, Penny Green, Emily Baldcock, Ava Waters, Marnie Sherwin, Gwyneth, who do we have here? Gwyneth Lone in there as well. So you can see up on the screen they're through 300 metres now, just at the start. And Sophie Britton from Launceston is absolutely flying at the moment. She's got about a 6 metre lead over Alice McCready from Newcastle. We saw Alice last year up at Newcastle Grammar School, one of the very talented rowers that was there up at Newcastle. Just starting to lower that gap though between her and Sophie Britton. So the competitors that we have today, we have Meg Story, Emily Walker, and Lel Hoskin from Canberra Girls Grammar School. They're racing out at the Red Shed Hub. We've also got Stella Allport, Lucinda Dowling, Sophie Britton, Gwyneth Lone, Penny Green, and Maddie Hurd from the women's under 15, 19, and 16 there at the Launceston Grammar Hub. Then from Loretto Marryatville, we have Amelia Viscarelio, Marnie Sherwell, Natalie Bayliss, Millicent Lyons, Ava Waters, Ruby Kernahan, Maeve Fallahy, Layla Bryant, Edie van der Sommen, Emily Baldcock, Aspen Pempathy, Ava Leonello, Harriet Fleer, Alice Frierson Leah, Eugenie Anderson, Ella Bertram, Lillian Wang, Erin Gerbert. Alice McReady is at Newcastle, as we've mentioned. Molly Gray from Scotch College Oakburn, as is May Wayne, also from Scotch College Oakburn. So Alice McReady, we saw her, as said earlier, we saw her do really well last year in these events, and it's not surprising to see her with the lead. The challenge, of course, with the 2K is to not fly and die. You can really go out hard early through that first 500 metres, open up a big lead, but then I tell you what, you're in the pain cave going through the second 1,000 metres or so. So Alice McReady sitting on a nice pace of 1:53, so looking at about a 7 minutes 30 for her 2K, just based on current time. Sophie Britton sitting in second place. Lucinda Dowling and Stella Allport battling it out for third at the moment. So absolutely nothing between them. Stella Allport just sitting a little bit quicker, a little bit faster pace than Lucinda Dowling, who's just dropping off a little bit. Then we go back to Aspen Pempathy, Gwyneth Lone, Penny Green, Ava Waters, Emily Baldcock, Marnie Sherwin, Edie van der Sommen, Layla Bryant, Amelia Viscarin, and then Ava Leonello, Millicent Lyons, Natalie Bayliss, Maeve Fallahay, and Erin Gerbert, and then Ella Bertram, our final rower there. So our rowers, not just from the big hubs, though. Within this race, we've obviously got Loretto Marryatville. A big shout out to the crew down at Loretto. We've got a hub at Launceston, hub at the Red Shed. But then we've also got people, as we say, Alice McCready, our race leader at the moment, out at Newcastle. We've also got Erin Gerbert from Wentworth Rowing Club, right down on the New South Wales-Victoria border, right on the Murray River, where the Murray meets the Dowling. So great to see. And that's a great thing about indoor rowing. We'll be talking to some of the people at the hubs throughout today. But the great thing about this indoor rowing is that if you've got a rowing machine, you can jump in and have a bit of a go. So Alice McReady now still sitting comfortably for that pace of 152, 153, so about that 7 minutes 30. Then Sophie Britton from the Launceston Hub sitting in second place in the overall race lead. Stella Allport is just starting to close that gap now. It may have been a bit quick off the line for Sophie Britton. So Stella Allport, 13 metres to make up, 800 metres to do so, and sitting at about 3 minutes, 3 seconds split faster than Sophie Britton. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. One of the other things as well with the Australian Indoor Rowing Championships is that for each of the events, it's not just the people that we have here. So we've got the racing going on, and it's a great motivator when you're in there to try and get ahead of the person in front of you or to try and hold on to that lead. But we also have people that have done their racing a little bit earlier on today, or they've done it similar to early voting. You can get in and put your race in a little bit earlier and then submit that to the team at the Rowing Australia. So the race winners that we see today may not be our overall championship winners. So we'll keep an eye out on all of those ones to see who's going to be able to go through and take the wins there. But out in front, though, it's still Alice McReady. She's through the 500 metres now and looking very, very comfortable. That gap between Sophie Britton and Stella Allport has gone down to 4 metres, and then it's only another 6 metres back to Lucinda Dowling from Launceston. Both Stella and Lucinda are sitting significantly quicker than Sophie Britton. So Sophie quick off the start, but now she is starting to get pulled back, and that gap is now down to 0 metres. So it is Stella Allport that has moved into the overall race second place. So Stella Allport moving into second. Lucinda Dowling is now starting to close that gap again. 300 metres left for our leader. Then it's Allport, Britton, Dowling, Lone, Pemberthy, Green, Waters, Baldcock, Sherwin, Bryan, Miscarry, Van der Solmen, Lyons, Leonello, Bayliss, Gerbert, Falahi, and Bertram making up our field. A few independent people in there. So it's just a great way of being able to race from right across the country without having to go out and make your way to a particular venue. Although obviously if you do get the opportunity to do that, it is a heck of a lot of fun. And the atmosphere at those venues is just absolutely electric. And we'll see it when we go, particularly for the relay races a little bit later on today. Alice McReady from Newcastle, she's really motoring through this final 500 metres or so. She can see the end in sight, and coming up now, it's going to be a very, very strong win for Alice McReady. Led it second at the start, was able to maintain a consistent pace, sitting on around 152. The last 500 metres, she's really motored home, and in a time there of 7 minutes 27.3. So that is a very quick time for Alice McReady from Newcastle. She's gone out and she's taken the race win. Stella Allport from Launceston. Now, she's being pushed hard by Lucinda Dowling. They've got about 70 or so metres left to go. Lucinda's going a little bit quicker. She's got 3 metres to make up through the final stages there. So coming up now towards the finish line. You can hear the kids in the background. They're getting excited. It will be Lucinda Dowling by 0.2 of a second over Stella Allport. Sophie Britton in an 8:02.2. Then we have in fifth place overall, it will be Gwyneth Lone from Launceston. Aspen Pempathy from Loretto, ahead of Penny Green from Launceston, 8:17.9. Coming into the final stages now for our last few rowers here. And you can see there, the split times do tend to speed up as you get towards the end and you realise it's nearly over. Over Waters from Loretto in an 8:29.4. Coming up now, Emily Baldcock from Loretto in 8:39.8. Then Marnie Sherwin, also from Loretto. Layla Bryant, Amelia Viscari, all from Loretto in the 8:40s. Then we'll see Edie van der Sommen from Loretto finishing through. Natalie Bayliss also just finishing up. Erin Gerbert from Wentworth. She's in an 8:55.7. Millicent Lyons in an 8:59.2. Ava Leonello getting to the finish there in a 9:05.9. And we've just got our final couple of rowers left to go. So Maeve Falahay from Loretto, and also Ella Bertram, who is an independent rower. And again, the great thing with the indoor rowing, you do not need to be a member of a club. You don't need to be a member of a school. You can be an independent rower, get in and get those through. So, three different hubs in our first race of the day. So, throughout the day, we're going to be we're starting off with the 2K races, and then we'll move across into the 1,000. So, we'll just take a quick break now and be back at shortly for our next race of the day. So we're just waiting on the start of race number 2 here at the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. A reminder to connect early. We also having some issues with a few of the machines. So just a reminder to try and disconnect and reconnect their PM5s, and then disconnect, reconnect to the competition if you are having some issues getting onto those ones. So before you race, make sure you jump on a few minutes early, get it all connected, and then you'll be right to go for the race itself. So we're just waiting on the start now of race number 2. So again, it's a women's underage event. So we do have under 15 through to under 19s. So we're just a few moments away from the start of racing in race number 2 here. Again, it is a women's underage event, so under 16s through to under 19s in the 2K erg. Well and truly in the pain cave for this one. So our rowers in this race, we have Grace Disney, Sophie Murphy, Sophie Frost, Charlotte Bowen, all from Canberra Girls Grammar School. They're down at the Red Shed Hub. From Launceston Grammar, we have Victoria Smamka, Isabel Doyle, Iris Brown, Molly Clark, and Hannah Badcock. From Loretto Marriotteville at the Loretto Hub, we have Abby Deans, Liren Ma, Georgia Johansson, Gracie Thomas, Ava Dennis, Molly Tunney, Eliza Khan, Mirabella, they're from Loretto. Then from Scotch College Oakburn, Mirabella Lowe, Harriet Woolley, Annabelle Senzaro, Saffron Dick, and with Kelly Clifton from Pimble Ladies College. Also from Scotch College Oakburn, Harriet Bingley, Bridie Finlay, Lucy Vander Aar, Sophie Christie, Abigail Saunders, and then from... and they are underway in race number 2. Our final couple of rowers from race 2, we've got Olive Lanyon from Ballarat City Rowing Club, Emily Atherton and Emily Nags from Scotch College Oakburn, and then Georgia Hyde from St Margaret's Berwick Grammar. So racing now underway in race number 2. Through the first 500 metres, and we've got the 12 people up on the screen at the moment. So Gracie Thomas, Saffron Dick, Harriet Bingle, Iris Brown, Liren Ma, Hannah Badcock, as we just see them. Gracie Thomas with that early lead at the start. So 151 split through the first 150 metres. So everyone just settling down into a nice steady rhythm now. Going down to about from a 153 split, so looking at that 7 minutes 30 or so, down to a 2 minutes 15. So don't forget, one of the big things about indoor rowing is the social aspect of it. So if you do have your hub, or even just going from home, send your photos through. Make sure you tag AIRC24, or just tag Row Nation or Rowing Australia. Chuck it through on your Instagram, your social medias, and show everyone exactly what it is and where it is that you're competing today from. So our leader, Gracie Thomas from Loretto, out in front at the moment, but sitting on a fairly slow pace, really took off at the start, leading by about 4 metres over Harriet Bingle, Saffron Dick, Emily Nags, and Hannah Badcock. And we're seeing a little bit of a distance here, and Harriet Bingley is just starting to make up and has really got that speed up there. So 155, 153 split. So sitting nicely there, moving ahead of Gracie Thomas, Saffron Dick. Now, there are a number of people that aren't in this race that are rowing. So again, one of the big things here is that what we see on the screen may not be how it ends up for the overall racing event. So I know there's a few people from the Red Shed that aren't on here at the moment, but they will definitely be racing those. Even if you don't see yourself up on the screen here, you will find that those results can get included. So, but the racing at the event in this particular one, Harriet Bingley from Scotch Oakburn with that lead, a 157 split. She's through the first 650 metres and opening up a nice 10-metre lead. Saffron Dick sitting in second place, but her split, she's just moved down to third. Emily Nags from Scotch, well, they're both starting to battle it out there, but Emily Nags going certainly quite a bit quicker in that 158 split ahead of Saffron Dick in the 202. Gracie Thomas from Loretto, well, she's on a 215 split. She's about 23 metres back. Then we've got Iris Brown, Sophie Christie, Hannah Badcock, Lucy van der Aar, Molly Clark, Annabelle Sanzaro, Georgia Johansson, and then Liran Ma, our 12 rowers that we've got on the screen at the moment. So Harriet Bingle from Scotch with our lead at a 2-minute split. So sitting very comfortably out in front at the moment. And again, one of those big things is to try and push yourself, because you don't know if someone's raced early. We don't know if there's some connection issues, those results still being included. So you still really need to push yourself, even if you're not being pushed by the people out your head. So we're through into the just about into the second 1,000 metres now, and it is Harriet Bingley from Scotch Oakburn, 11-metre lead over Emily Nags, both sitting on about the same pace. So it'll really be a case of who's able to maintain that pressure, maintain that speed. Certainly not insurmountable for Emily Nags to move ahead of Harriet Bingley. Saffron Dick from Scotch Oakburn sitting in third place at the moment. She's got 34 metres over Gracie Thomas from Loretto down at that Loretto hub. Sitting a little bit quicker as well, so she is sitting quite comfortably in that third place for this overall race at the moment. Back a little bit further then, Lucy van der Aar, Sophie Christine, then again to Molly Clark, Iris Brown, Hannah Badcock, Annabelle Sanzaro, Georgia Hansen, and Liran Ma from Loretto in 12th place in the race at the moment. About 750 metres to go, so they're through the halfway point. It's still just 10 metres between Bingley and Nags out in front. And again, they've been matching each other really, really well through the opening stages of this race. So Bingley and Nags, Harriet managing to get out to a bit of a lead early, and she's just holding on to that one. But Emily Nags is just sitting 3 seconds split quicker, couple of seconds split quicker. She's got 650 metres left to go to make up 9 metres. Is she able to make up that distance? In the middle of the field, we've got an amazingly tight event going on. So Molly Clark, Lucy van der Aar, Gracie Thomas, and Sophie Christina, all within about 4 metres of each other, those 4 rowers. So we'll keep an eye out there. Gracie Thomas maybe just going a little bit slower, but a couple of big strokes and you can really push it through. And it will be fascinating to see who's got the faster last 500 metres, who's got the fuel left in the tank. We'll also see a number of these rowers competing later on. We've got the 1,000 metres, we've got the 500 metres, and we've also got the 1 minute sprint, 60 seconds worth of how fast can you go? How quickly can you get in and do this? So it'll be fascinating to see what kind of distances our rowers are able to do, particularly when we start to get to some of the big boys coming up a little bit later on. Under 400 metres left to go for our race leader, Harriet Bingley from Scotch Oakburn. She's held on to that lead, held off Emily Nags, and now into the last 350 metres. They're again matching each other really, really nicely, but Harriet Bingley just sitting a little bit quicker now, extending that lead. It got to about 8 metres or so, the difference. Now it's just stretching out to about 12 or so. Saffron Dick sitting in third, Molly Clark in fourth, Lucy van der Aar in fifth, Gracie Thomas and Sophie Christina. Really just, there's nothing in it. The Loretto and Scotch students, both battling it out with Gracie Thomas, maybe just going a little bit quicker on those splits. And then back to Iris Brown, Hannah Badcock, Annabelle Sanzaro, Georgia Hansen, and Liren Ma. Out in the lead, it's still Harriet Bingley. She's got 150 metres left to go. Emily Nags is just starting to go a little bit quicker now. Who's got that final sprint? 130 metres left to go. Now's the time to put it all out there. Leave absolutely nothing in the tank. And with 80 metres or so to go, Harriet Bingley just stretching it out now. She's under that 2-minute pace, sitting very comfortably. She's got 60 metres left to go, opening it out now, 15 metres. So it does look like Harriet Bingley is going to go through and take the win now with just a few big strokes left. And it will be Scotch's Harriet Bingley with the race win, 752.4. And then she'll finish ahead of Emily Nags in the 756.7. Now in our battle for the minor placings for the race, remember, not for the event, for the racing that we've got on screen at the moment. Saffron Dick is sitting in third place. She's got a nice little lead over Molly Clark, and then Lucy Vander, Iris Brown, Gracie Thomas. So as we just see now, final stages here for Molly Clark from Launceston Grammar down at our Launceston hub. You can check them out on the Rowing Australia Instagram page. They've got a great view of the gymnasium set up for that Launceston hub. Lucy Vander coming through in 829.6, Iris Brown 831.2, Gracie Thomas 833.3, finishing just ahead of it was Sophie Christie from Scotch in at 833.8. Hannah Badcock from Launceston 835.0, Annabelle Sanzaro 838.8, Georgia Johansson in an 847.6. And our final rower, Liran Ma, now with about 100 metres left or so to go. A big final stretch. It's getting towards the end there. And down at the Loretto hub, getting that split down to about a 2:14, a 2:15. She's down to the final 50 metres or so. And she'll finish up very soon in a time of just over 9 minutes. So don't forget that if you are competing, do connect up your Concept 2s early. Make sure that you've got those connected through to the competition software, and then that way we'll be able to get away fairly quickly. So next race coming up due to start in 5 minutes' time. So we're getting ready for the start of race number 3. And don't forget, we've also got a competition with our partners at Bolly Australia. So we'll go through that in just a moment. We are now underway in race number 3. It's the boys' turn to take us away. And I'll very quickly go through the competition with Bolly before we throw to one of our live feed. Follow Rowing Australia, Bolly Australia and Row Nation. Share your AIRC 2024 race setup or performance on your story. Tag Rowing Australia, Bolly and Row Nation, and your chance to win a $500 Bolly voucher open to AIRC 24 competitors. Make sure you use hashtag WinWithBolly and hashtag AIRC24 to boost your entry. Now, we've got hubs all around the country, and we're going to cross now to Nick Jones at our Red Shed hub in Canberra. Nick, how's it like down at the brand new Red Shed?
Mate, Stu, I got to tell you what, this place is insane. I'm going to see if I can flip my camera, but it's a brand new facility out here on Lake Burley Griffin. And we're coming to you live from the shed here on the Burley Griff, and we've got our race 3 underway with the men's under 17, under 16s, 2,000 metre. We have Eden Myba out the front with a 135 blistering pace for this age group, followed closely by Hayden Nielsen, Charles Corrigan, Henry Oliver, Walter Campion, Stephen Brock, Charles Gabberty, Jasper Brown, Otis Hillman, Campbell Tucker, and Elliot De Jong. And as they come through this 1,500 metre mark, it is still Eden Myba out in the lead. We're sitting on a 136 split right now, so 136 is looking hopefully to get a sub 642k, which is really quick for this age group. Followed closely still by Hayden Nielsen, Charles Corrigan. So the top 3 has not changed as of yet, but we have Henry Oliver looking to make a late push here, coming up to the 1,400 metre mark. He's still only 3 metres off Charles Corrigan, so that'll be the race to watch here in lanes, let's call them lanes 9 and 7. Charles Gabberty, Jasper Brown, Stephen Brock holding out the tail end, and then we have Otis Hillman, Campbell Tucker, and Elliot De Jong still just sort of struggling to keep up with the pace here. And Eden Myba has just settled into his rhythm here, sitting at a 140. So with his start, he should be looking good to get a sub 640 2KO, which is very, very quick for this age group. And if you didn't catch it before, we do have a volley giveaway, $500 vouchers. All you have to do is enter is take a picture of your ARC 24 setup, tag Rowing Australia, tag Row Nation, and tag Bolly, and use the hashtag AARC24 for your chance to win a $500 Bolly voucher. Once you've done that, there's one more step. Comment on our original post on the Rowing Australia Instagram and let us know at RA what you would do with your $500 voucher with your Bolly new sunnies. And as we come back to the race, we have Eden Myba still in the lead. He's just edged out to 32 metres of a gap. And Henry Oliver has now taken Charles Corrigan going through the 1,000 metre mark now. All races sort of sitting at that 150 or 140 mark now, which started to slow down. This is the real nitty-gritty stuff of the 2K race. The legs will be hurting, the lactate will be pumping, and they'll start to really be stinging now. But hopefully they've got a nice support network on their shoulders. And we still have Eden Myba at the lead, and Hayden Nielsen just sort of edging out now to 39 metres, 40 metres now, just sort of ever so slightly making his way back. And the tussle between Jasper Brown and Henry Oliver is now on as he makes his way back up the mark. He's sitting on a 150 now, Henry Oliver, just trying to crank it home as they all reach through the 800 metre mark, and Eden Myba miles in front, 45 metres out in front into the 700 metre gap as he comes through that 700 metre mark rather. And our tail end, Elliot De Jong doing a fantastic job, sitting on 216 now. Campbell Tucker coming in 10th, Otis Hillman 9th, working my way up to Seaton, Brock, Walton, Campion, and the rest of the field as they come through the 700 metre mark. They'll be looking to sort of fly the rate up. Hopefully they're up around 32, 34. I know Eden Mybar will be really looking to crank it home now. He's probably thinking in his head, 1 minute 40 to go, 1 minute 43, how much can he give? Hayden Nielsen as well, just sort of dropping off the pace, still holding that second place firm though, as he comes through the 500 metre now with the rest of the pack. We've got a bit of a peloton here between ranks 2 and 7, with Hayden, Jasper, Henry, Charles, Charlie and Walter all around that high 140s, low 150s. And here they come, the final straight. Eden Mybar still killing it from Launceston all the way out in front. He's still at a 149. He's slowed down. How much has he got left in the tank? $300 metres to go. It's still Eden Mybar, followed closely by Hayden Nielsen, Jasper Brown, Emily Oliver, Charles Corrigan, and Charlie Gabberty round out top 6 of this 2K under 17 race. So it's great to see. We've had a number of entries into this ARC 24 this year. Really happy to see that indoor rowing scene is still going strong here in Australia. And if you're joining from other parts of the globe, welcome to the ARC 24 live stream. As I'm coming to you live from the brand new red shed here in Canberra on the Lake Burley Griffin. Eden Mybar, under 100 metres to go. Working it down, 146 pace. Let's see if he can crank it home. Snap the chain, 144. There he goes as he brings it home. And he is now finished with a 644.9. Hayden Nielsen following close. Jasper Brown following. Is he going to take him on the last stretch? 137. Oh, only by a second missed out on that silver medal. Well done, Jasper Brown and Hayden. Henry Oliver coming through 708. Charles Corrigan. And just a reminder to all competitors racing, please ensure that your systems, your phones, your ergs are all set up well prior to your race so that we can have a smooth transition into the next race and the races that follow on after. Campbell Tucker just coming through that last 100 metres now, as well as Elliot De Jong rounding out the last few competitors here of race 3 of the 2,000 metre. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have just under 7 minutes until our next race. We'll take a quick break as Elliot De Jong wraps up his 2,000 metre ergo.
Whether you like to train at home, in the gym, or with friends, you can enjoy it in a whole new way with Row Nation.
Back here, ready to go for race number 4 of the Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. And Nick, an exciting race, that one. That's last one.
Yeah, definitely. It was pretty good. We had one of the, I've already forgotten his name, but doing a 6:44. He was miles ahead of the rest of the race, 50 metres in front of the next best, Hayden Nielsen. And we believe our intel has told us that we have an Australian indoor record attempt from Rob Birmingham.
Yeah,
so
well,
very exciting.
Well, the 2K record is currently how the Australian. So Concept 2 has world records and Australian records. The world record for the men's heavyweight 40 to 49 is a 6:10.6. That is a blistering fast time, Nick, to try and get to.
Yep. So for viewers at home, he'll be trying to sit on a sub 1:32 split to try and break that record.
That's
exciting.
my 500-meter split, and he's trying to do that over 2K.
That's my 1 minute max split. That's ridiculous.
So we'll keep an eye out on. So we're getting ready for the start now of our next race. So the fastest time, the world record, just so everyone's aware, is Pavel Shermy, 5:47.8, set back in 2017. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. We've got 14 different rowers that are out here at the moment, including our first couple of para competitors for the 2014 Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. So we're just waiting now on our flywheel. So if you are warming up, do need to just stop pulling. Getting ready to start. We are underway now. Race number 4. It's the men's. It's some of the big names and some of the big boys going out there at the moment. So in our race at the moment, so it does look like Christian Lane Krebs from the Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing and also from the Bundaberg Rowing Club. It's got him as not having gone off at the line, so it may just have dropped out a little bit there. So we'll keep an eye out as to what's going on with that one. But we've got Tom Atkins, who's an independent. He's sitting on a 1:28. Lucas Matic from Melbourne in a 1:28 as well. Ben Hayward from Canberra Rowing Club. Rob Birmingham, we'll keep an eye out on him. He's in the he's the one going for the 40 to 49 record, we believe. Then we've got Thomas Boog. Then also moving down to Robert Rammer, and then Luke Schofield, Amish Isaacs, Will Hill, Henry Gregg, Chris Young, Vincent Ip, and Joseph Bopp from Sunshine Coast. The second of our para rowers today. So it's Tom Atkins who is in the lead through the early stages of this particular race. So Tom Atkins with our lead, 1:27. He's split, sitting ahead of Lucas Matic in second place. He is 1:29 split, and then Rob Birmingham on a 1:31. So as Nick said earlier, he is really going to be pushing hard to try and get through to that Australian record of 6 minutes 10.6. So we'll keep an eye out. It's lane number 12. He's looking for a 6 going quicker than a 6 minutes 10.6. Ben Hayward from Canberra Rowing Club sitting in fourth place. He's listing him at the moment. So we're through the first 600 metres, and then Thomas Boog, Robert Rammer, Luke Schofield, Henry Gregg, Amish Isaacs, Will Hill, Chris Young, Vincent Ip, Joseph Bopp, and Christian Lane Krebs. Looking like the connection may just have dropped out there. Christian Lane Krebs from Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing and also the Bundaberg Rowing Club. He is a 2-time national champion in the men's PR3 pairs on the water, looking to make it a hat trick down at Lake Barrington in 2025. But at the moment, just unable to see where he's at. But I dare say he'll be definitely trying to be sitting on around a 152 split or so. Out in front, Lucas Matic and Tom Atkins sitting on 1 minute 30, and there is absolutely nothing between them. Tom Atkins, Lucas Matic, you can see them on the screen. They're going up and down and up and down. Who's in the lead? Who's not? There's nothing to pick between them. They've got that 130, 131 split. So a very, very fast time indeed. Rob Birmingham in lane number 3. So he's in the 40 to 49 category, and he is from the delivery room. We've got a few people from different places. So Vincent Ip is from the Slots Dragon Boat Club. We've also got a couple of people that aren't competing on here, but have already put their things through, and that is Owen Horton and Tim Harris. So Owen Horton in the men's 30 to 39, Tim Harris also in the men's 30 to 39. They're from the Casey Station in Antarctica, taking part in the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championships from Antarctica. So it really is a case of you can get in and you can do these things from absolutely anywhere. Tom Atkins with our lead, still sitting on a 131, 130 split. Rob Birmingham also on about a 131. Lucas Matic, he's just dropped off the pace a little bit now, and it may well be that there's been a connection issue there. So he was certainly sitting very level with Tom Atkins, just dropping off the pace on the screen at the moment, but I dare say that he'll still be really pushing hard there through the final stages of this race. So we're coming up now towards the final 500 metres. There is absolutely nothing to pick here. We've got Tom Atkins out in front, Rob Birmingham going for that Australian record in the men's 40 to 49. Don't forget, it's not just the world records, it's the Australian records as well, and a chance. The guys from Concept 2, fantastic. You get a certificate to be able to print out, put on the wall at home, should you break an Australian record at any point. Australia's own Georgie Rowe has a number of records on the erg, and it'll be interesting to see if she's able to crack through and get another one a little bit later on. Out in front, Tom Atkins, he's an independent rower, and he is sitting on an absolutely blistering time at the moment. So he's Tom Atkins. Rob Birmingham is actually asked to race against him, and he's sitting not too far behind, about 20 metres back, still sitting on that 133 split. They're into the last 250 metres. The time to beat for Rob Birmingham is a 6:10.6, and with 200 metres left to go, we're going to keep an eye out. Is it a chance of getting that record? Tom Atkins, he is in, as we just have a quick look here. Lucas Matic is in the 23 to 29 category, and dare say he'll be sitting quite quick as well. So it's Atkins, Birmingham. Ben Hayward from Canberra Rowing Club, one of the Talent ID people within the on-water rowing, certainly very quick on the erg as well. Also a very talented cyclist. Out in front, Tom Atkins, Rob Birmingham. Are they able to beat that Australian record? Is it going to be an Australian record for Rob Birmingham? It's a 5:59.9, our first sub-6 of the day, and it's an Australian record. An Australian record in the men's 40 to 49 men's heavyweight. 6:10.6 was the record from Michael Marsh. Rob Birmingham, 6:05.8. Big congratulations. Potentially our first Australian record of the day. Ben Hayward, a 6:24 flat from Canberra Rowing Club. He'll be very happy with that. Very, very quick time indeed. Thomas Boog, also an independent rower. He's sitting on a 143. Final stages now, just ahead of Luke Schofield. So a 6:40.6 Luke Schofield and a 6:42.9 Robert Rammer from Brisbane. He's just coming through now. He's sitting on about a 152 and looking good there for potentially a 7 minutes 30 or so. We'll just wait for the time. 6:58, so even quicker again. So 6:58.2 for Robert Rammer. Henry Gregg is coming up towards the finish line now. He's got about 50 metres left to go. really sprinting down towards the end there. He's from Launceston Grammar, down at that Launceston hub. Again, get onto the social media. Have a bit of a look at the Rowing Australia and the Row Nation stories, because they've got some great shots of those setups that people are doing right around the country. Chris Young finishing in a 7:23.5. Vincent Ip in a 7:23.8. Will Hill from Launceston, a 7:33.7. As coming up now to the final stages, we've got Amish Isaacs sitting on just about an 8 minutes time. So he's got 50 metres or so left to go. They're really starting to sprint. You'll see those split times really start to drop there towards the finish. So Amish Isaacs now coming up, and he'll finish in a 7:59.5. So he's beaten that 8 minute barrier. Then we've got Joseph Bopp from Sunshine Coast. He is coming up towards the finish line now. So Joseph, one of our two para rowers that were in this event, Joseph Bopp and Christian Lane Krebs. So coming now to the finish from the Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing Club is Joseph Bopp. Lucas Madich, the connection dropped out, so we'll wait for a final time for his one. And also Christian Lane Krebs dropping off as well. But the big news, Rob Birmingham going for the men's Australian record in the 40 to 49. He smashed it by 5 seconds in a 6 minute 5.8 for potentially our first Australian record of the day. So our next race will kick off at 9:20, where we move to back into some of the women's events.
Hi there, I'm Tony Rice, one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia. Welcome to the indoor rowing machine, one of the toughest machines for training out there. I've designed this training program to make you feel so much more comfortable on the rowing machine. Rowers use more muscles than any other sport, and this program is designed to help you get the most out of your time spent on the machine. The components to rowing are muscular strength, muscular endurance and cardiovascular fitness. I can guarantee that if you complete this program, all of those aspects will improve and you'll be able to progress on to the other fitness programs on Row Nation to be able to get more out of your rowing experience.
next race. It is race number, we're up to race number 6, and we've got a few different categories in this particular one. So race number 6, starting very shortly. We've got the men's, some of the older age categories. So we've got the men's 40 to 49. We've got the men's 50 to 54 lightweight, men's 50 to 54 open weight as well, 50 to 59 lightweights in there, and couple of para rowers as well from around the place. So we've got some PR3 physical disability, PR3 vision impairments in the 30 to 39s, and then also PR3 40 to 49 and 23 to 29. So great to see so many people out there, particularly in the para categories, going out to compete here at the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. And don't forget, we've also teamed up with our partners at Bolle Australia to offer you the chance to win a $500 Bolle voucher to celebrate hard work and dedication. Follow Rowing Australia, Bolle Australia, and Row Nation on socials. Share your hashtag AIRC24 race setup or performance on your story. Tag us on there, and then tell us also how you'd use your Bolle voucher after the competition in the comments, and tag a friend. So check out the Rowing Australia, Bolle Australia, and Row Nation Instagram stories, Instagram posts. The best race photo will get an extra entry into the draw. Competition will close at 5 p.m. today. So $500 voucher, get yourself in there. Hashtag AIRC24. So we're just waiting on the start for our next race. So some of the people that we've got in this particular race, race number 6, so we've got Daniel Pankraz, independent, Luke Richards, David Rackstraw from MAD Team Rowing, so MAD Team Rowing, Bryce Durham, Sven Witchen from the Delivery Room, Chris Waxman from OCRC and Currumbin Surf Life Saving Club, James Walker, Charles French from the Delivery Room. And then we're just getting ready for the start. So we're just waiting for a few flywheels to stop. Continuing back with those names, Michael Marsh, Arawa Driscoll from Row Nation, Ben Jago, Sub-7 IRC. There's a big one. David Woodhouse, Stephen Gaspers, Jamie Hammond, Marcelo Ardoon, Alan And again, a wide range of categories that we've got for you in this race. So we've got some, it's all men's racing. So we've got some 40 to 49 open weight and lightweight, some 50 to 54 open weight and lightweight, as well as a few PR3. So a few different categories within the PR3. So you do have physical disability, you have intellectual impairment, vision impairment thrown in there as well. A PR3 category means that you do have full use of your legs, trunks, and arms, but there'll be something that impairs your ability to be able to row. PR2 category is the trunk and arms, so it's a fixed seat, whereas the PR3, you can move up and down in the seats as most competitors would. And then the PR1 category, it's a fixed seat, and you're basically using your arms to be able to move the rowing machine or to pull the chain on the erg. Out in front, Ben Jago with that lead, sitting on a 1:34 pace, so a very quick split over the first 300 metres or so. He's followed up there by, it looks to be David Rackstraw, and then Charles French sitting in third, David Woodhouse in fourth, Martin Edwards, then Bryce Durham, Pat Shanahan, Mark Smith, Daniel Baker, Hugh Trenchard, Timothy Duke, Andre Zylstra, Sven Witchen, Dave Pym, Jamie Hammond, Stephen Gaspar, and Peter Rafferty making up our field there. So as we're now through the first 500 metres or so, and it is still Ben Jago with that lead, and it's about an 8-metre lead over Charles French. David Rackstraw sitting in second place, sitting in third place at the moment, but he's only a couple of metres behind, but just a little bit slower at the moment from the Mad Team Rowing, David Rackstraw. Ben Jago, he is there from the sub-7 IRC team. So he'll be very much looking, I suppose when you've got a team name like that, there's one target that you've got, and that is to get that 2K under 7 minutes. So he's sitting on pace at the moment. He's sitting a very nice speed there through the first 750 metres. It's about 8 metres back to Charles French, 8 metres back to David Rackstraw, David Woodhouse, another 11 metres back, then Pat Shanahan, Martin Edwards, Mark Smith, Hugh Trenchard, Timothy Duke, Bryce Durham, Luke Richards, Andre Zylstra, Daniel Baker, Sven Witchen, Dave Pym, Jamie Hammond, Stephen Gaspars, and Peter Rafferty. So even our slowest in this race at the moment, still sitting on a 1:47, 1:48 split. So still plenty of speed in there. That's good enough for a sub 7 minutes 30 time. So they are absolutely motoring in this race. Out in the front, it's Ben Jago. He's up to 1,000 metres now. He's still sitting on that 1:36 split, still with that 8 minutes lead. So still on target for that sub 7. Charles French in second, David Rackstraw, David Woodhouse in third and fourth. Then Pat Shanahan, Martin Edwards, Mark Smith, Hugh Trenchard, Timothy Duke, Bryce Durham, Andre Zylstra, Dave Pym, Luke Richards, Sven Witchen, and Luke Richards having a nice little battle. In fact, there's about 4 rowers all in a row that have absolutely nothing between them. Sven Witchen, Jamie Hammond, Luke Richards, and Daniel Baker, all very, very close together at the moment. Big shout out to the team from 776BC and Concept 2. 776BC are giving out a $500 voucher for in the socials, and Concept 2 are giving away an erg to one lucky entrant. So we're lucky enough here with some great supporters of Australian rowing with Bollay Australia, 776BC and Concept 2. Check out the Rowing Australia and Row Nation Instagram pages for your chance to jump on there and win. So Charles French moving ahead now of Ben Jago, who's just slowed down through that third 500 metres. Charles French now having himself out in front ahead of Ben Jago by about 8 metres. So that's third 500, the premiership quarter, as you might call it in a 2K erg, looking very good there for Charles French. So he's maintaining a nice consistent speed there out in front. 500 metres left to go now in our 6th race of the day here at the Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. Remember, hashtag AIRC24 for your chance to enter and win. And also just to share your setups, your stories your performances, even if it's not an Australian record, if it's not a world record, if it's a PB, share it. Let's all get in and celebrate those ones. Charles French with the lead. He's opened up now. It's nearly 20 metres between Charles French and Ben Jago out in front with just over 300 metres left to go. David Woodhouse sitting comfortably in third place at the moment with David Rackstraw in fourth. Pat Shanahan's only 6 metres back now, but he is sitting a little bit slower at the moment. Then Mark Smith, Timothy Duke, Martin Edwards and Hugh Trenchard, they're all quite close together there in the middle of this race. And then Andre Zylstra, Dave Pym, Jamie Hammond, Bryce Durham and Sven Witchen all within striking distance of each other. Then back then to Stephen Gaspars, Luke Richards, Daniel Baker and Peter Rafferty. Just over 100 metres left to go. Charles French, he was led at the start by Ben Jago, who's just dropping off the pace a little bit, but Charles French has absolutely come home here from the delivery room. We've seen one of the delivery room rowers already in Rob Birmingham go through and take a win earlier on today in the men's 40-49. And now it does look like Charles French from the delivery room, also in the 40-49, 6:17.4. So a very quick time there, not quite, about 12 seconds off that Australian record that we saw set earlier on today. Ben Jago, he's finished with the sub-7 indoor rowing. It's a 6 minutes 25.6 for Ben Jago. David Woodhouse in third with a 6:31.4. David Rackstraw with a 6:34.5. Then 6:36 for Pat Shanahan. Mark Smith coming up towards the finish in a 6:45.3. Timothy Duke, 6:46.4. Martin Edwards, 6:50.6. Hugh Trenchard, a 6:53.2. Then Dave Pym, Andre Zylstra, 0.1 of a second between those two. Dave Pym just over Andre Zylstra by 0.1 of a second. Sven Witchen and Jamie Hammond, a couple of seconds between them, 6:57.7 and 6:59.7. There. Bryce Durham just missing out on cracking 7 with a 7:01.2. Stephen Gaspers, 7:03. Peter Rafferty, 7:08.1. Daniel Baker, 7:09.8. And then making up the back of our field. Now we're going to cross live to Nick Jones over in our at the Red Shed. Okay, we'll cross over to Nick shortly. He's going to be having a chat with an Australian record winner. So that'll be coming up in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, I'm not real good right now. I'm in a pretty bad way, but yeah, very happy to get that out of the way.
Mate, coming through the first 200 metres, you were sub 130. Was that the game plan the whole time to go sub 6, or were you looking at that 6:10 mark on the projected? What was the thoughts?
Well, my timing had put me at about 6:04 in the lead up to this, and I was probably getting a little ambitious to try and go under today, but I just wanted to give myself every chance, and ultimately I had nothing left in the last 500.
Yeah, wow. And for all our viewers at home, give us a quick introduction to your own background and how you sort of got yourself from A to B, being the indoor rowing champs for this year.
A couple of years ago, I was doing CrossFit, and my CrossFit coach saw that I had a natural ability for pulling some good numbers on the machine. One of my workouts, well, we had a 2K test at CrossFit, and my first ever 2K come back at 6:29. And he showed me the Aussie 2K record for the 40-year-olds, and he's like, maybe that's something you could chase down. So, yeah, I ended up getting myself a coach in John Davies, and we've just worked at get my times down over the last 18 months.
And what's been your kind of training regimen over the past, let's say, 6 months?
It's a bit of everything, a bit of low rate power work, like sort of low intensity, like R22 sort of stuff, and then one or two power speed work sessions a week, and just working down and down from there.
Now,
I think 8 weeks ago I did New South Wales champs, and I come back at about 6:18. So to drop 13 seconds in the last 2 months, I'm pretty bloody happy with.
Mate, I think a lot of us are wondering how you drop 13 seconds within 2 months of training.
It's just, I think I sit around the 6:20 sort of mark, and then once I get into full-on training, it drops pretty quick. So from here to 6 minutes, I think it'd take a lot of months. But anyway, it's where we are.
Absolutely. Well,
I found a new secret weapon a couple of weeks ago. I started trying bicarb soda, and it really buffers the lactic acid for the last couple hundred meters. So I found that to be a nice little help, but it's not without side effects as well.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a disclaimer not to try without professional medical advice. But mate, absolutely fantastic job, and you can now say you're an Australian indoor record holder. So absolutely a massive effort, and thanks for chatting with me.
Yeah, thanks. As a part of working with my coach John Davies in the delivery room, we normally do like a celebratory egg beer when you break a new PB. Do you mind if I do that on camera?
I don't know.
Zero alcohol.
Okay, yep, zero alcohol. Go for it. Cracker.
Cheers, boys.
Down in one, mate. Well done. Awesome.
All the best, guys.
Thanks, mate.
See ya.
and we are back with Australian Indoor Rowing Champs 2024. For our viewers at home, we just interviewed the record breaker Rob, and he sculled a 0% egg beer, which was absolutely cracker to see. We love seeing stuff like that. For our next race, I'll flick over to Stu.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. That's I can't say I've ever seen anyone crack an egg into a 0% beer and then neck that one. So, but look, it works. And we are underway now in race number 7 here at the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championship. So we've got a range of categories here for you today in this particular race. So we've got Mitchell Bales from the Torrens Rowing Club. He's in the men's PR1 category. So he'll have a fixed seat and he's using his arms only for that. Tristan Condon in the 40 to 49 men's PR1. Andrew McAvoy in the 50 to 55 men's PR2, and then Kay Strange from NT Rowing in the women's 50 to 55 to 59 PR1 category. Then we have in the men's 60 to 64, Tony Blake from Newcastle Rowing Club, Terence Blythe from Tamar Rowing Club, Peter Watson, an independent rower. From Canberra Rowing Club, we have Warner Hayat in the 75 to 79 men's lightweight. Alistair Burns in the same category. He's from Cyclone Indoor Rowing in the Northern Territory. So plenty here of plenty from our 2 territories rowing at the moment in this race. David Matheson is in the 75 to 79 open weight. Peter Sheehan, Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing Club in the 80 to 84 men's lightweight, as is Gary Leach from Eltham Leisure Centre. John Dawson, he's 80 to 84 men's open weight. China Johnson from the Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing Club is in the men's lightweight 90 plus categories. So again, the great thing we've got here with the indoor rowing is the fact that it is such a wide range of abilities, such a wide range of ages. We've got the para categories in there, and I think it's just such a great thing with the indoor rowing. We've also got a few female competitors in this race. So Jackie Harmer is in the 55 to 59 women's lightweights. Shona Stewart is in the 55 to 59 women's open, as is Leslie Duffy from Commercial/Dragons. Barbara Seaward from the Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing Club. Flo Howard from Wentworth down on the Murray River. Lee Gurney from IGF. And then in the 60 to 64 open category, we have Lee Gurney, Sharon Ann Jones, Catherine Dawes, Elizabeth Hannigan. We've got then Susie Lefebvre, Tanya Bosch, Susan Kemp in the 70 to 74. Patricia Hagan from Row-Along in the 70 to 75 women's lightweight. Wendy Colkill, Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing Club, 75 to 79 lightweight. And Jan Zilm from the Diamonds, over 60s in the 75 to 70 open weight category. So up on the screen at the moment, you can see it's a pretty wide, and again, with that range of ages, with that range of able-bodied and also para-athletes, we do have a pretty wide range of times that are going on the screen at the moment. So with the lead, as things stand at the moment, is Peter Watson. So he is sitting on a 1:48 split, so definitely going for that sub 7 minutes through the first 1,000 metres or so. Then we have Elizabeth Hannigan in the 60 to 64 women's open weight, and she's sitting around that 2 minute split, so around about an 8-minute 2K there, as is Tony Blake from Newcastle Rowing Club. So there are 3 leading rowers at the moment. Then Shona Stewart, Peter Sheehan, Warner Hyatt, Barbara Seaward, Mitchell Bales, Alistair Burns, John Dawson, Susan Kemp, Gary Leach, Lee Gurney, Catherine Dawes, Tanya Bosch, and Jan Zilm. So our leading rowers through the thousands, our other rowers just starting to come up to there at the moment. But it is Peter Watson with that lead, the independent rower in the 60 to 64 men's open weight category. Elizabeth Hannigan, she is in the 60 to 64 women's open weight category. And then we have, going back then to Tony Blake from Newcastle Rowing Club, again, men's 60 to 64. So the 60 to 64s, our leading few rowers at the moment. And then yeah, again, it's that nice mix of races and categories. After this race, we'll move on. We've got one more 2K race coming up at 10:20. So again, another mix of rowers of ages in there. And then at 10:40, we've got a little bit of a treat because we're going to throw to one of our live hubs for the 1,000-metre racing. We've got some of the women's under 15, under 14, underage racing coming up at 10:40, the 1,000 metres. And particularly with the 1,000 metres, and when we get up to the relays a little bit later on in the day, you'll find that there's really an amazing atmosphere that goes on inside of our hubs. So we've got hubs down at Launceston, we've got a hub down at Loretto Marriotteville down in Melbourne, and then the Red Shed in the ACT, where we've seen Nick Jones commentate from a couple of times today. Don't forget to share your social, share your setups, share your results on the social media. Maybe not if it's that kind of a result, but hashtag AIRC24. So as that's the team from Rowing Australia, Row Nation can share those ones as well. Peter Watson with our lead. He's got 430 metres left to go, and he's sitting very, very comfortably indeed. It's about 100 metres between Peter Watson and Elizabeth Hannigan in second place. Newcastle's Tony Blake sitting in third, then David Matheson. Shona Stewart level with David Matheson, then Peter Sheehan, Warner Heat, Mitchell Bales, Barbara Seaward, Alistair Burns, John Dawson, Susan Kemp, Gary Leach, Catherine Dawes, Lee Gurney, Tanya Bosch, and Jan Zilm making up our field. Just about 250 metres left to go. Peter Watson's been sitting very nicely indeed. He's looking good for around about a 7:30, maybe even a little bit less. He had a good start off the line. He had a good first 1,000 metres, and with 250 metres to go, you can now see that sprint finish coming, and it's always that big battle within yourself, trying to maintain enough energy. And then once you start to see those numbers go down below about 250 metres, you can really start to open the taps up. You know that there's only a limited number of strokes left to go before you get to the end and can get some water in. And certainly that's the case for Peter Watson. He's got 100 metres left to go, and then back about 120 or so metres to our next couple of rowers. So Peter Watson in the 60 to 69 with that lead. He's led from start to finish, and now with 20 metres to go, he is going to go through and take the win in race number 7 of the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championship, 7:08.2. So he was well and truly flying through those early stages. A fantastic race there, and a very, very quick time, 7:08.2 for Peter Watson in the men's 60 to 64 heavyweights. And a little bit off the Australian record. The Australian record's just as reference, 6:41.1. That is exceptionally fast. 7:38.8 for Tony Blake, finishing just ahead of Elizabeth Hannigan with a 7 minutes 40.4, obviously in the different race categories there. But you can see there 30 seconds between Peter Watson and Tony Blake, both in that 60 to 64 men's open weight category. Shona Stewart is about to come through in 4th place overall for the race. She's finished with an 8:02.1. Peter Sheehan is coming up towards the end now, as is David Matheson. So Peter Sheehan in an 8:09.2. David Matheson with an 8:10.4. Warner Heat from Canberra Rowing Club, he's about to finish in an 8 minutes 18.9. Then we've got a little bit of gap in the field. We've got the first of our para rowers for this particular race, Mitchell Bales from Torrens Rowing Club down in South Australia. We've seen some great para rowers come out of Torrens Rowing Club. Jed Olschwager, the Paralympic champion with in the PR3 double sculls from Torrens. Mitchell Bales in the PR1 category, finishing with an 8:38.7. Alistair Burns coming through in 8:43.4. Barbara Seaward in an 8:44.1. John Dawson in an 8:51.3. Susan Kemp, 8:55.6. And then we have a little bit of a gap then. Catherine Dawes from Wentworth. We saw a few Wentworth rowers last year, and it's great to see them again here at the 2024 Indoor Rowing Championships. Catherine Dawes sitting just ahead of Lee Gurney, but she is going a little bit slower with about a couple of metres to go. And it will be Lee Gurney by 0.1 of a second over Catherine Dawes, a 9:18.1. Catherine Dawes, a 9:18.2. Just run through at the end there. Gary Leach, a 9:27.4. Tanya Bosch is coming up towards the finish line now. So Tanya in the 65 to 69 women's open category. She finished with a 9:36.1. And then Jan Zilm in the diamonds over 60s rowing indoor rowing club. She's competing in the 75 to 79 at women's open weight. She's got about 20 metres or so left to go and into the finish line now. And it will be a time of 10 minutes, 0.8 for Jan Zilm. So that concludes race number 7. Coming up in about 9-10 minutes time, we have the final race of our 2,000 metre races, and that will be at 10:20. on out, and then just go straight to you, Nick, at 10:40.
And I'm on. And welcome back to AIRC 2024, where we just had Richard Tomlinson break his own Australian record for the 50 to 59 category of the 2,000 metre race with a 6:15 erg. An incredible achievement. So well done to him. And we're just gearing up for race 9, which will be in a couple of minutes' time of the underage 1,000 metre race.
Hi there, I'm Tony Rice. I'm one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia, and I'm here to talk to you about the Endurance Booster training program on Row Nation. The aims of the Endurance Booster program is really exactly as it says, it's to boost your endurance. But we do that in a really simplified way. What you're trying to do each week is stretch yourself just a little bit more each time, understanding that as you go through the program, you'll build some fatigue. The way you boost your endurance is your body adapts to that fatigue, making 5 to 10% gains every week. This is very similar to what we do with the high performance athletes. I can guarantee that training works. If you stick to this program, follow it through, understand that you're going to have days where it's tough and days where you feel better, I'll guarantee that you'll improve all of your numbers across the board by the end of the program.
Hey, it's Jed. Join me with Row Nation as we dive into the world of rowing. Yeah, long and strong to enjoy one of the world's best low impact full body workouts.
All right, welcome back to the Australian Rowing Champs for Indoor Rowing Champs for 2024. I'm Nick Jones, and we have got our next race, race 9, which is the under 14 and under 15 1,000 metre erg. We have races from all over the country tuning in, getting ready to race as we just have our ergs set up and ready to go. I'm here currently at the Red Shed in Canberra. If you haven't been here already and you're in the area, come swing by. This is a truly impressive establishment. We've got a lot of people ready to have a good time today at our Australian Indoor Rowing Championships for 2024. So just waiting for fans to stop. We're about to get underway. No, they're at Ara. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 1,000 metres, short and sharp, should be around the 4-minute mark if we can get sub 4. For these kind of age groups, that's a really impressive score. So have a look at the screen, see who's going. Keeping it under that 2-minute split will get you that sub 4. And they are off and racing. We have Lily O'Brien, Kate Campion, Claudia Hurst, Ella Burdham, Ava Waters, Maureen Sherwell, Emilia Viscariaro. Apology if I mispronounce any names in advance. We have Natalie Bayliss, Eloise Murray, Georgie Toll, Izzy Macy, Millie Oliver, Abigail Rana, Lulu Gregg, Chloe Ryan, and Heidi Heap.
We are, ladies and gents, the girls under 1K.
And out of the gate, holding on a 141 is Katie Campion. As they go through the 850 metre mark, we have our top 3 leaders, Katie Campion, Lulu Gregg, and Abigail Reiner. Our top 2 from Launceston and our 3rd place from Canberra. Heidi Heap following the podium from Sydney. And as we look across, we have our rowers from the Red Shed. Canberra Girls Grammar there on screen, giving it a good old rip in the 1,000 metres. It's short and sharp here, ladies and gentlemen, so really looking for that short, sharp stroke, powerful through the legs first is what the coaches will be telling them. Straight arm hang during the drive, all these sort of rowing lingos and terminologies I'm sure your kids at home will be able to tell you. As we look back to the scoreboard, it is Katie Campion still out in front with a 12-metre gap to Abigail Reiner. Truly impressive. Now just settled into a bit of a rhythm here at 157 as she approaches the halfway mark here of the 1,000 metre. Abigail Reiner still sitting in second, moved up to second rather, with Lulu Gregg just falling off the pace, 11 metres behind the Canberra rower. Special shout out again to our major partners of 776, Concept 2 Australia and Bolle Australia. If you check out our Rowing Australia Instagram, you will see that we have a bunch of giveaway prizes, $500 vouchers to be won. As you can hear the atmosphere at the Red Shed, it's absolutely firing up for these 1K ergs. They're fast, they're exciting. And they'll be over in a flash as the girls approach the 400-metre mark. Katie Campion still out in front. She's just seemed to fade a bit on a 2:10 split I saw there. Hopefully she's having a little break, a little breather, and she'll get straight back into it. But in this 1,000 metres race, there is no time. There is no room for error here. As Abigail Ryan is closing the gap, she's got 6 metres to gain onto Katie Campion. Is she going to do it? 4 metres now as Heidi Heap overtakes Abigail from Sydney. And it looks like Katie Campion's just hit a little bit of a wall here. She gets up to 2:12 and she's dropped off the leaderboard. Heidi Heap, our new race winner, going past the 300-metre mark. So our top 3 coming into the final 200 metres is Heidi Heap, Abigail Reiner, and Katie Campion, all vying for that podium spot at the Australian Indoor Rowing Championships for 2024. Now we start to see them really wind it home. Tail end here, Ella Bertram, Lily O'Brien, Eloise Murray, Millie Oliver, really giving it their all from home. Got a big crowd here from Launceston, really showing them. As we flick through the Launceston hub cam, look at them all there. They're all having a good rip. And you can hear from my mic, the camera people at the red shed, they're really getting around this event as we come into the final stages. And Abigail Ryder from Canberra has taken the win with a 3:49, a sub 4. Incredible time here. Heidi Heap coming in second, and Katie Campion to round out the podium from Launceston. Ava Waters and Chloe Ryan coming into the finish. Lulu Grigg, Amelia Viscarelio, Izzy Macy, and Amelia and Natalie Bayliss, with Maureen Sherwell rounding out the top 10 for this under 14 and under 15 1,000 metre event. I'm not sure if you heard that, ladies and gentlemen, but the crowd here at the Red Shed was deafening, and it's only going to get louder as we reach our 1,000 metre events, our 1 minute events, and then, of course, the inaugural relays, which will see some fierce racing, and we'll be having some one-on-one action with our Rosellas who are based in Canberra. I'm looking at Alex Hill, Josh Hicks, Simon Keenan, and Alex Wolf will all be competing in the Opens 2,000 metre relay. So, this last event, Abigail Reiner, Heidi Heap, and Katie.
of our next race. It's our second 1,000-meter race of the day. Just a reminder, though, no matter where you are for competing through for today, you do need to be on the ErgRace app. Make sure you're logged in nice and early, and then that way it'll mean that the races will be able to kick off on time. So just waiting on the final setups now for our next race, our second 1,000-meter race of the day with some men's underage 1,000-meter racing. But please, if you are due to jump on, log on to your ErgRace app early, and then that way we'll be able to get the races off on time. For our next race very soon. It's race number 10, the 1,000-meter individuals. So you can see there a number of races up on the screen at the moment. So we've got Hamish Welch, Alfie Conn, Finn Harrington, Hayden Nielsen, James Wilson, Lucas McLean, Cameron Schmidt, Carter Clifton, and Tom Parker. As we just wait for a couple of the flywheels to stop. We also have some pretty big crowds for this race in our various hubs, including a whole heap of people at the Red Shed hub. And we heard Nick earlier. They're not connected in at the moment, but they will certainly still be there, ready to row and ready to go. So our 1,000-meter racing getting ready to start. We just wait on the start there. Launceston, Canberra Grammar. We've got entries in this one from Redbank Plains High School, University of Queensland, Sydney Grammar, and Wentworth as well.
Attention.
So we are underway now. It's 1,000-meter racing. It's the men's under 17. We've got some men's under 16, under 15 in there as well. So 15, 16, and 17 men's racing. So Cameron Schmidt on the screen. It does look like that one, unfortunately, has dropped out. So even though some of them may drop out, still need to get in there, still need to absolutely race. And remember that we have a large number of people that have already pre-gone. If you check out the Rowing Australia Instagram stories, you'll see Paralympic gold medalist Nikki Ayres in the middle of the pain cave, really pushing hard for her PR3 2K a little bit earlier on. I think it was a time of about 7 minutes 15 or so, which I believe was her personal best. Out in front, it is Hayden Nielsen from the University of Queensland Boat Club, leading Carter Clifton from Sydney Grammar School, and then James Wilson from Canberra Grammar School sitting in third. Finn Harrington from Launceston in fourth. So our top four from four different locations around the country. Lucas McLean, Tom Parker, Alfie Conn, and Hamish Welch making up our field there. A 137 split for Hayden Nielsen. Out in front, there is nothing between him and Carter Clifton. And Carter Clifton is just going that little bit quicker. It's a couple of seconds difference as we just see now. Carter Clifton from Sydney Grammar School into the lead and stretching it out just a little bit. He's just going that little bit faster. But has he used all of his energy through that first 500 metres? It's halfway now. We can see here it's still Carter Clifton 3 metres ahead of Hayden Nielsen, and now with about a 4-second split difference between the two. The 1,000 metres is really tough because you can't fly and die like you would in a 500 or a 1 minute sprint. You do still need to be just a little bit strategic to make sure that you are getting through and getting the best possible time. And Carter Clifton from Sydney Grammar School leading Hayden Nielsen from the University of Queensland. James Wilson and Lucas McLean now moving up into third and fourth in this race. Tom Parker from Wentworth in fifth, and Alfie Conn, Finn Harrington, and Cameron Schmidt. Then Hamish Welch actually moving ahead of Cameron Schmidt, but it does look like we may have some issues with Cameron's feed at the moment. Coming down now, 250 metres left to go, and Carter Clifton has paced this absolutely brilliantly. He was led at the start by Hayden Nielsen from the University of Queensland Boat Club, but now with just 200 metres to go, Carter Clifton is absolutely moving that boat. He sat on a consistent 138 split right throughout this, 137, and he is looking good for a very fast time indeed. Left to go. Carter Clifton from Sydney Grammar School. It does look like he's going to go through and take a very comfortable win here. It was nearly level pegging with about 600 metres left to go, but he has stretched that lead and into the final sprint. A 3:11.4 for Carter Clifton from Sydney Grammar School, finishing ahead of Hayden Nielsen from the University of Queensland in a 3:16.6. And then coming through in third place for the race will be James Wilson from Canberra Grammar School, Lucas McLean in a 3:24.6. Then Tom Parker, Alfie Conn, Finn Harrington, Hamish Welch, and Cameron Schmidt. And again, a reminder, you can log into ErgRace nice and early. You can log into it at any time during the day. In particular, if you are at the Red Shed, do make sure that you log in a few minutes before the race and make sure it's all connected up to the Concept 2. Alfie Conn, 3 minutes 47.7 from Launceston. Finn Harrington, a 3:56.5. Cameron Schmidt from Canberra Grammar School. Now, we did see some connection issues, but it has come through a 3:10.4 for Cameron Schmidt, and he will, in fact, take the race win in this one. And then Hamish Welch from Launceston Grammar in a 4:14 flat. So that's race 10, 1,000-metre racing, a little bit quicker than what we've seen earlier on today. And our next race coming up in just a few moments' time.
Whether you like to train at home, in the gym, or with friends, you can enjoy it in a whole new way with Row Nation.
Hi there, I'm Tony Rice, one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia. Welcome to the indoor rowing machine, one of the toughest machines for training out there. I've designed this training program to make you feel so much more comfortable on the rowing machine. Rowers use more muscles than any other sport, and this program is designed to help you get the most out of your time spent on the machine. The components to rowing are muscular strength, muscular endurance, and cardiovascular fitness. I can guarantee that if you complete this program, all of those aspects will improve and you'll be able to progress on to the other fitness programs on Row Nation to be able to get more out of your rowing experience.
We are getting ready for the start of our next race. And again, it's 1,000-metre racing here. This one's the women's underage, and we've got a number of students from Canberra Grammar School, Canberra Girls Grammar School, Loretto Marriotteville, and also some entries from Wentworth, Pymble Ladies College, Townsville and JCU Rowing Club, and St Margaret's Berwick Grammar. So a real geographical spread here in race number 11. So we're getting ready for the start of that race. It'll be coming up very, very soon. Don't forget to get on to our social media. We do have a number of different competitions going on, including Bolle Australia. We've got a $500 voucher to give away with through them. We've also got vouchers to give away with 776 BC, and also Concept 2 are giving away an erg as well. So plenty to look out for as we get ready for the start of race number 11. And we are underway in race number 11. It's the 1,000-metre racing. So we've got Edie van der Sommen from Loretto, Aspen Penberthy, Emily Baldock, Leah Bryant, Maeve Falahi, Ruby Kernahan, Ava Leonello, Harriet Fleer, and Eugenie Anderson, all from Loretto. From Wentworth, we've got Matilda Morrow and Drew Vag. Down in Canberra, we've got Emily Bodman and Sophia Tremopoulos, and then Georgie Johansson from Loreto as well. And then we do have a number of other entries. And the big thing with the Australian Indoor Rowing Championships is to make sure that you push as hard as possible, because what you will find is that there are some people that have their race early. There are some people that do their race early. There are some people that will have connection issues like we're seeing at the moment. And so it is important to try and push yourself as hard as possible. A reminder too to all competitors, you do need to be logged in to the event before the start of the race. So before the start of the race, you do need to be on the Erg Race app, and you do need to be logged in, getting ready to go. So something very important there as well. In this, as mentioned previously, a big geographic spread on this one. Wentworth down on the New South Wales Victoria border on the Murray River. We've also got Loreto Marriotteville, Canberra Grammar School, Canberra Girls Grammar School, Townsville and JCU Rowing Club, and then St Margaret's Berwick Grammar as well. So when you do log on, you need to log on well before the start of the race. So make sure that you're getting on 5-10 minutes before the scheduled start time of your race, that you're logged on through the app so as that we're able to get the starts away as quickly as possible. So in this race, it does look like there's been a few tech issues in there. So unfortunately, we can't bring the live feed of that particular race at the moment, but we will keep. So we're having to do a rerun of this race. So they're starting that off again. So we'll wait on further instructions there from the race officials. Going to be going back to the start of race number 11. So that's the women's underage 1,000 metre racing. That will be kicking off, rerun again very soon.
Set ready. Attention.
And we are now back underway with our race number 11. So we can see on the screen at the moment Leah Bryant, Maeve Fillet, Eugenie Anderson, Matilda Morrow, Drew Vag, Emily Bodman, Sophia Tremopoulos, and Georgia Johansson. So again, it does look like we've had some issues with the tech. So at the moment, we've got Matilda Morrow, Drew Vag, and Sophia Tremopoulos, our three rowers out in front at the moment, and they're the ones that you can see on the screen. So Sophia Tremopoulos from Canberra Grammar School with that lead, and then Matilda Morrow and Drew Vag, both from Wentworth, able to connect up, and you can see them racing at the moment. So we'll just wait to see what's happened here. So you can see the current pace that they're sitting on. So Sophia Tremopoulos on a 155, Matilda Morrow on a 211, and Drew Vag on a 222. So a number of entrants, as we mentioned, in this race from Loretto, Wentworth, Pymble Ladies College, St Margaret's Berwick, Canberra Grammar, Townsville and JCU, and then Canberra Grammar and Canberra Girls Grammar Schools. And a reminder as well that it is important that you log on to the Concept 2 Erg Race app nice and early so that the guys are able to, so you're able to get connected and able to get yourself up and racing early. So Sophia Tremopoulos still with that lead, sitting on just over a 2-minute pace. And we're just waiting to see, at the moment, we're unable to see exactly where they are. We can see the pace that they're rowing at. We can see the speed. Okay, so we're getting ready for the start of race number 12. So you can see on the screen there, we've got it's again 1,000 meter individual racing with a number of entrants again from around Australia. So we're just waiting on a few of the flywheels to stop there. So we've got a few from Canberra Grammar School in this one. We've got Sven Witchen from the delivery room. Matt Neville is included there, as is Thomas Boog. Max Mason, who's from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club down in Victoria, Joseph Bopp and Christian Lane Krebs, both from the Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing, both in the PR3 categories. As we get ready for the start. And we are now underway. Riley Parker, Daniel Hawkins, James Yong, Luke Schofield, David Rackstraw, David Woodhouse and Bryce Durham making up our field there. So it's 1,000 metre racing. So it should be a fairly quick race, this one. We'd be looking at all of our rowers to be able to go through in a time of under 4 minutes or around about that 4-minute mark. And certainly that's what we're seeing off the start. Thomas Boog, Max Mason, Matt Neville, all sitting on sub 130 splits through the first 150 metres. So they are absolutely flying with nothing between Thomas Boog and Max Mason. Matt Neville sitting in second ahead of David Woodhouse, Bryce Durham, Christian Lane Krebs, David Rackstraw, Sven Witchen, Luke Schofield, James Yong, Joseph Bopp, Riley Parker and Daniel Hawkins. Both Christian Lane Krebs and Joseph Bopp, our two PR3 rowers in this particular race. So race number 12, the 1,000 metre racing. We will try and catch up some of that time that we had in the next few races. So we'll start to see them come back to back to back very quickly indeed. Into 600 metres left to go. So we're 400 metres down. We're nearly halfway there. Thomas Boog with a 6 metre lead over Max Mason from Wendouree Ballarat. And then Matt Neville sitting in third place. David Rackstraw a little bit further back then, sitting on a 129 split though. So he's starting to make up a little bit of ground as they come up now to the halfway mark. It's Boog, Mason, Neville, Rackstraw, Woodhouse, Durham, Schofield, Lane Krebs, Witchen, Yong, Parker, Bopp and Hawkins. Our leading crews at the moment. So the split time's just starting to go down a little bit again, the 1,000 metres. It is a tricky one to try and have it where you're not pushing too hard so as that you've still got something left at the end of the row. And it's now only 2 metres between Thomas Boog and Max Mason. And Max Mason is moving that erg. His split time is a lot faster and he is now hit the lead. Thomas Boog, has he used up all his tickets early? He's down to a 145 split, and you would expect Matt Neville now. He will start to move up into second place at the moment. David Rackstraw is only a few metres in behind him, and Thomas Boog now, the split time just starting to drop. May have just used a bit too much early on in the piece. Our leader is Max Mason. He's got just under 200 metres left to go and a 13 metre lead over Matt Neville. David Rackstraw in third place in there. So it's still Mason and Rackstraw leading Neville, Woodhouse, Boog, Schofield, Durham, Witchen, Yong, Lane Krebs, Parker, Bopp and Hawkins, with a bit of a gap there to Riley Parker, Joseph Bopp and Daniel Hawkins towards the back. 50 metres or so left to go. Max Mason from Wendouree Ballarat, he is leading it. He's led through the final parts, and with a big finish, he'll go through in a 3:03 flat. David Rackstraw, a 3:04.8. David Woodhouse, 3:07.2. Matt Neville, 3:08.4. Thomas Boog, 3:10.1. As we just see now, it will be Luke Schofield, a 3:16.1. Sven Witchen coming through in a time of 3:20.5. Bryce Durham, 3:21.2. And then our final few rowers starting to come across now. So James Yong will go through, and it looks to be in a time of just under 4 minutes for the 1K, 3:37.5. And then Christian Lane Krebs from Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing and also the Bundaberg Rowing Club, 3:43.2. So we'll be happy with that time. And then we have Riley Parker, Joseph Bopp and Daniel Hawkins at the back of our field. So into the final stages there. So that was race number 12 of the Australian Indoor Rowing Championships, 1,000 metre individual And we'll get ready now for the start of race number 13, which will come up shortly. A reminder again, log in early to the Erg Race app. So the racing coming thick and fast
Set
now. We're
ready.
coming up to race 13.
Attention.
So our races on screen, Liran Ma, Gracie Thomas, Alice Shanahan, Molly Tunney from Loreto. We have Abigail Barr from Riverway Rowing Club, Taylor Cresswell from ADF Rowing, and then Nicola Jones and Pia Altsonen Laxo in there as well. So there are our 8 rowers on the screen at the moment. It's the 1,000 metres, it's the women's races. Now, for those that competed in races 11 and 12, so the people that were in races 11 and 12, as you saw, there were some technical difficulties that were going on with those. So people in those 2 races will be able to resubmit their times. So have another go at it and resubmit within 24 hours. So races 11 and 12, you do have the opportunity to be able to jump in and to resubmit within the next 24 hours. So those people in the last 2 races. In the race on screen at the moment through the first 250 metres it is Taylor Cresswell from ADF Rowing in with the lead, but it's only 2 metres and she is going a little bit slower than Nicola Jones at the moment. So I would expect Nicola Jones, and you can see there that gap has gone down to 0, and it is in fact Nicola Jones who has now moved up into the lead. 650 metres left to go. And Nicola Jones looking at a very nice speed indeed. Molly Tunney from Loreto, she'll be looking to move up as well, as will Pia Altsonen Laxo. And then Gracie Thomas, Abigail Barr, Alice Shanahan and Liran Ma. So Alice Shanahan and Abigail Barr both sitting on about the same splits and also nice and even through there. Nicola Jones has really gone from strength to strength, though. She was led early, held on to a nice pace, a sub 150 pace, and looking good there for about a 3 minutes 40. So Nicola Jones with that lead. Taylor Cresswell sitting in second place. We've got just under 500 metres left to go. So our ADF rower in second, Loreto in third, and then back to Pia from Caravan Sudajat. So I'm assuming that's over in Finland. And again, one of the great things about indoor rowing is that you can do it from pretty much everywhere. So if we do, in fact, have people entered in from Finland, then that's probably about as far north as we'll go. As far south as we'll go, well, they were entries from Casey Station down in the Australian Antarctic Territory. So well and truly, you have the breadth of the globe going on here. And the big one for Pia Ortonen-Laakso, she's just moved ahead of Taylor Cresswell from ADF Rowing, is certainly having that faster split time. And would expect that Molly Tunney from Loreto is a big chance of moving ahead of Taylor Cresswell as well. Nicola Jones out in front, though. She's opened up a 60-metre lead with 150 metres left to go. It should be a very easy win there for Nicola Jones, sitting on a nice 141 pace, and you would expect her to go through and take a very comfortable win. Pia sitting in second place. Taylor Cresswell in third. She's got 5 metres. She's really put on that sprint through the last 150 metres or so to maintain a distance over Molly Tunney through that final couple of 100 metres. Alice Shanahan sitting in fifth, and Gracie Thomas in sixth, Abigail Barr in seventh, and Liran Ma in eighth. It is a win for Nicola Jones, though, 3:31.1. So a strong time there in the women's 1,000-metre racing. Pia Ortonen-Laakso will go through in second place. She's sitting at a 158 split at the moment, so she'll finish in a 3:49.5. Taylor Cresswell, 3:52.5, so still cracking that 4-minute mark, as did Molly Tunney from Loreto in a 3:55.1. Alice Shanahan sneaking under the 4 minutes, 3:59.6. Gracie Thomas with a 4:02.6. And then we have Abigail Barr from Riverway Rowing Club. She's coming up towards the finish line now, and she'll finish in a time of 4 minutes, 13.3. And then Liran Ma from Loreto, she's got 40 metres or so left to go. So with a couple of big strokes and a few cheers, I'm sure, from the crew down there in the Loreto hub, and she'll finish in a 4 minutes, 30.4.
Hi there, I'm Tony Rice. I'm one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia, and I'm here to talk to you about the Endurance Booster training program on Row Nation. The aims of the Endurance Booster program is really exactly as it says, it's to boost your endurance. But we do that in a really simplified way. What you're trying to do each week is stretch yourself just a little bit more each time, understanding that as you go through the program, you'll build some fatigue. The way you boost your endurance is your body adapts to that fatigue, making 5 to 10% gains every week. This is very similar to what we do with the high performance athletes. I can guarantee that training works. If you stick to this program, follow it through, understand that you're going to have days where it's tough and days where you feel better, I'll guarantee that you'll improve all of your numbers across the board by the end of the program.
Yep. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get underway. Am I on yet? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost set to go in the 1 kilometre race 14 individual event. Coming to you live from Canberra Red Shed here in the Lake Burley Griffin. Just waiting for a couple of flywheels to stop here before we get underway. Race 14. Now in this race we have a bunch of people joining from all over the corners of Australia. In lane 1, Robert Rammer, Brad White, Jamie Hammond, Stephen Gaspars, Andreas Zylstra, Nick Love, Peter Raftery, Mark Smith, Peter Crosby, Philip Brazel, Richard Tomlinson, David DeVries, and Richard Wassell to round out 13 races in this event on screen. I'm sure many have already entered into this race. For this race, race 14, 13 on screen, ready to go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are restarting this race, so please stand by. Be ready to go as soon as possible. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience here as we're just working through some technical stuff on our end. Just waiting for 1, 6 and 7 to stop their flywheels, and then we will be underway in this race 14 1,000 metre individual event. If you haven't already, head over to Rowing Australia's social media to have a look at our free competitions running at the moment. We have our 776 PC socials $500 giveaway that we will be announcing later on today in the commentary, as well as a giveaway concept to Rowerg to one of our lucky members who is competing today. Just waiting for one more flywheel to stop here.
Set ready. Attention.
Attention. We're off. The 1,000 metre individual events, race 14. We have Peter Throsby, Robert Rammer, Brad White, Jamie Hammond, Stephen Gaspris, Andre Zylstra, Nick Love, Peter Raftery, Philip Brazel, Richard Tomlinson, David DeVries, and Richard Wassell. As we come through 50 metres into the race, looks like Nick Love coming through that 900 metre mark with the 129 split, sub 130. Gosh, that's quick. 7 metres behind him, Richard Tomlinson with Robert Rammer hot. 1 metre, 4 metres now off his heels. So really competitive race here, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be short and sharp, only 1,000 metres. As Nick Love heads through the 800 metre mark, and Richard Tomlinson has now taken the lead from Nick Love. Nick Love could be having some difficulties here as he's dropped down to 11th place. Maybe a bit of fly and die action there from Nick. Richard Tomlinson, though, settling into a 1:30 pace here as they come to the 700 metre mark. We are almost at the halfway here, and anywhere between a 3-minute to 3:10 sort of score here in 1,000 metres is bloody quick, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got Richard Tomlinson on track for that as we flick through to Philip Brazel competing here. Sitting in 4th position, though. Been good, long and strong strokes there from Phil. Really well done. Now we have, coming back to our screen, Richard Tomlinson still holding steady pace as he threw the halfway mark there. Sitting on a comfortable 1:30. He hasn't fluctuated from that very much. Shows good consistency in his rhythm, good fitness. I'm sure he's been training really hard for this ARC 2024 event. As Robert Rama now is gearing up. He's 36 metres off old Richard, so could be a lot for him to make up here. 400 metre race, bit of a fly and dive type strategy here, so could be a bit too little too late for him as Andre Zylstra works up onto the podium sitting in 3rd place, only 2 metres behind Robert. And as I say that, he just overtakes Robert to be into 2nd position. Look at Philip Brazel still holding 4th position, long and steady, sitting at a 1:42 here. He'll be looking to gear it up, gear it home, as he's just under a minute left to go. So going from bottom to top, we have Nick Love, Richard Wassell, Peter Throsbury, Brad White, Jamie Hammond, Peter Raftery, David De Beers, Stephen Gasparis, Philip Brazel, Robert Rama, Andres Zylstra, and at the top of the leaderboard we have Richard Tomlinson, still sitting on that 1:31 pace, not giving away anything here as he comes into the last 40 metres of the race here. Oh, 3:01.5. That is quick. That is very quick. He will win that by a country mile, finishing in front of Andres Zylstra. Comes to the finish now with 3:15. 3rd place, Robert Rama, 3:17. Good race between those two, as Andres sort of overtook Robert at that 400 metre mark. Philip, Stephen Gasparis, Peter Raftery now finishing on 3:27. David De Beers, Jamie Hammond, Brad White. And we look. Peter Throsby now looking to come into the finish here, giving it everything he's got. Sitting on 1:56. And there he does, 3:52. And with Richard Russell looking to finish up here. And Richard Wassell has finished with a 4:16.
Set ready. Attention.
Yep, I can hear you now. Okay, sweet as. Hey, how do we want to do the 1 minute ones? Because I feel like they're just going to be absolutely chaotic. Yep.
Set ready. Attention.
As we're just seeing the end of the race number 16. So it's our final 1,000-metre race. So Peter Watson with the win in a 322.6. Peter Kemp, a 339.1. Terry Leah, 346.2. Peter Sheehan, 351.9. Mitchell Bales from Torrens Rowing Club, he had a 406.8. And we're just having Jan Zilm come to the finish. Now we're into some really exciting stuff coming up. So excited, even the kids are screaming about it. It's the 1 minute races. Now, we will be motoring through those ones really quickly, so it is important. Log on to the Erg Race app 5 minutes, 10 minutes before your race. Get onto that one. Make sure you're all logged in, and we'll try and rip through these 1 minute races as quickly as possible. Let's see who can get the fastest in these 1 minute races. Will we see 500 meters, or will we see a little bit less? But they're all starting in just a couple of moments' time.
Hi there, I'm Tony Rice. I'm one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia, and I'm here to talk to you about the Endurance Booster training program on Row Nation. The aims of the Endurance Booster program is really exactly as it says, it's to boost your endurance. But we do that in a really simplified way. What you're trying to do each week is stretch yourself just a little bit more each time, understanding that as you go through the program, you'll build some fatigue. The way you boost your endurance is your body adapts to that fatigue, making 5 to 10% gains every week. This is very similar to what we do with the high performance athletes. I can guarantee that training works. If you stick to this program, follow it through, understand that you're going to have days where it's tough and days where you feel better, I'll guarantee that you'll improve all of your numbers across the board by the end of the program.
So we're getting ready for the start of our first 1 minute race. So it's race number 17, and we're just waiting for the flywheels to stop as we get ready for the start. Emma
Sit
Slab,
ready. Attention.
How far can our rowers go in 1 minute? Emma Slab, Astra Hand, Nicola Jones, Katrina Lee, Rachel Parker, Ella Bertram, Matilda Morrow, Elsie Gebbert, Skylar Rees, Drew Bagg, and Erin Gebbert. And it's a little bit different, this one, because there is no actual finish line. It's just how far can you go in a minute? Emma Slab, she's only new to rowing as former track and field athletes participating from a home gym. So we'll see plenty of those. And don't forget to send through your home gym setups or all your setups for the racing, and send those through to our social media, and then we'll be able to, there are plenty of competitions up for grabs. So that first race run and done, and we're getting ready for the start of our second 1 minute race as well. So we are waiting the start of race number 18. It's the second of our 1 minute races. Has been a server issue, so we are just restarting the server. So apologies for that, but we'll be kicking race number 18 off shortly. If you are waiting for your 1 minute races, please log on to the Race app. Do so now, and then that way we'll be able to rip through those races coming up. So, unfortunately, the race number 18, there have been some technical difficulties. We weren't able to work through those. So for the people entered into race 18, that is the 1 minute individual race, then we'll need you guys to do a manual upload of your results. So in each of the different places that you are, if you can get on and upload those manually. So that was for race 18. So we're going to head on to race number 19. It is again another 1 minute race, and we hopefully should have that kicking off very soon. Yep, you can hear me. So we are just about ready for the start of race number 19. So again, for the people in race 18, it is a manual
Set ready.
upload.
Attention.
And we are underway in race number 19. So we have Nadia Gulamia, Stacey Adam, Lee Harrop, Anita Hawkins, Verna Bagg, Barbara Seawood, Shona Stewart, Elizabeth Hannigan, and Jan Zilm. So again, it is how far can you go in 1 minute, 60 seconds worth of racing done. Nadia Gulamia absolutely flying at the moment, as is Elizabeth Hannigan in there in place number in boat number 8. She is there, Elizabeth Hannigan. As we just see on the finish, it looks like Nadia Gulamia with the 161 metres, Elizabeth Hannigan 154, Shona Stewart 151, Barbara Seawood 143, Anita Hawkins 141. So that was our second completed race. That's race number 19. So our next one is race number 20, and we've got some men's 1 minute racing coming up. So we're going to be going pretty quickly into that one. So don't forget to log on to the Erg Data app. Log on pretty quickly. We'll try and race through as many of these races as we can before the lunch break coming up a tick after 12:30. So we're there getting ready for the start here.
Sit ready. Attention.
Hi, I'm Tony Rice, one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia. Welcome to some of the programs on Row Nation, built for high performance athletes and now tailored for you. With the technical sessions, you're looking at perfecting your technical aspects of the stroke. Other sessions are what we'd call a work session, and you're looking to get as much out of your physical capacity as you possibly can. When you combine those two aspects, you become a much better rower, and we guarantee that what we've learned over years and years of working with high performance athletes is that if you follow these programs, they'll work for you and you'll be a better rower and more fit and healthy by the end of the programs.
Sit ready. Attention.
Welcome back to race 23 of the 500-meter individual here at Australian Indoor Rowing Champs for 2024. We're just waiting for a couple of flywheels to stop now, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and then we'll get underway in this outrageously fast-paced event. We have a couple of Rosellas included in this one. We have Alex Hill, Simon Keenan, and Alex Wolf.
Sit ready. Attention.
Sitting ready, and they're off. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very fast-paced event here. We'll see some quick splits. Alex Wolf with a 1:14 out of the blocks. Louis Staines with a 1:09 sub 1:10 split. This will be over in a flash. So as we come past the 400-meter mark, we have Louis Staines winning it, sitting on a 1:10. Coming in second is closely followed Alex Wolf on a 1:14. In third place, we have Mitch from the Red Shed competing. Mitch is the strength and conditioning coach down there. So big arms, big legs. Let's see if they can work well for him on this 500-meter ergo. Louis Staines still sitting on a blistering 1:14 pace. Now he's up to 1:15, 11 minutes behind him, Alex Wolf, and then still Mitch, 3 minutes off Alex Wolf. Followed by Archie Burke, Bailey Stewart, Sean Quigley, Hayden Nielsen, Christian, James Young, and Joseph Bopf. Last 100 meters here. Louis Staines still in the lead. He's just dropped up to a 1:26 pace. Alex Wolf is coming back. 10 meters to go. 20 meters now, and it is all over. Too little, too late for Alex Wolf. Louis Staines has finished off with a 1:17. Alex Wolf, 1:18.2. Mitch, 1:19.6. Archie Burke, a 1:23. Sean Quigley rounding out that top 5 rather, 1:28. Very fast times here, ladies and gentlemen, at the Australian Indoor Rowing Championships for 2024. And we will now have a short 45-minute break to give ourselves a bit of a breather here. We'll see you all back at 1:30.
Hi there, I'm Tony Rice, one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia. Welcome to the indoor rowing machine, one of the toughest machines for training out there. I've designed this training program to make you feel so much more comfortable on the rowing machine. Rowers use more muscles than any other sport, and this program is designed to help you get the most out of your time spent on the machine. The components to rowing are muscular strength, muscular endurance, and cardiovascular fitness. I can guarantee that if you complete this program, all of those aspects will improve and you'll be able to progress on to the other fitness programs on Row Nation to be able to get more out of your rowing experience.
Hey, it's Jed. Join me with Row Nation as we dive into the world of rowing. Yeah, long and strong to enjoy one of the world's best low impact full body workouts.
Hi there, I'm Tony Rice. I'm one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia, and I'm here to talk to you about the Endurance Booster training program on Row Nation. The aims of the Endurance Booster program is really exactly as it says, it's to boost your endurance. But we do that in a really simplified way. What you're trying to do each week is stretch yourself just a little bit more each time, understanding that as you go through the program, you'll build some fatigue. The way you boost your endurance is your body adapts to that fatigue, making 5 to 10% gains every week. This is very similar to what we do with the high performance athletes. I can guarantee that training works. If you stick to this program, follow it through, understand that you're going to have days where it's tough and days where you feel better, I'll guarantee that you'll improve all of your numbers across the board by the end of the program.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us at the Australian Indoor Rowing Championship. This is a reminder to competitors. We will start racing again at 1:30 p.m. Can you please make sure you give yourself plenty of time to log on to the race software before your race?
Am I on? Test.
Attention!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ARC 2024. Coming back after the lunch break in our 500 meter sprints, we have our underage female event. Race 24, we have Taylor Cresswell leading the charge, sitting on a 1:36. Second place, Lexi Fuchs, Emmanuel Hoskin, Emily Walker, Gracie Thomas, Abigail Barr, Isabel King, Grace Ralston, Ruby Kenahan, Emily Baldock, Audrey West, Natalie Bayliss, Amelia Viscarello. Apologies if I got that pronunciation incorrect. And Alia Collier. As we turn now to Red Shed, we got a good showing here from Canberra Girls Grammar. They've been in most events all day today. Good to see all our schools involved and Canberra Grammar. And still coming into the last 100 metres of the race, we have Taylor Cresswell still leading the charge, going stroke for stroke with Lexi Fuchs. And now Em Walker has joined the pack at the front. This is going to go right down to the wire here, folks. Who's going to be Lexi Fuchs, Emily Walker, or Taylor Cresswell? 100 metres here, 40 metres to go, 20 metres to go. It's going to come down to the wire. And Emily Walker from Canberra Girls Grammar has taken this event out on a 1:42.4. Incredible score there. Second place goes to Lexi Fuchs and Emmanuel Hoskin. Coming in fourth, Taylor Cresswell, Isabel King, Grace Ralston, Ruby Kernahan, Audrey West, Gracie Thomas, Abigail Barr, Emily Baldock, Natalie Bayliss, Amelia Viscarello, and Marnie Sherwell. So 1:42.4 there for our winner, Emily Walker from Canberra Girls Grammar. Good tempo here after the lunch break. I hope she got her carbs in. More 500 metres and our 2K relays coming up to round out what has been an exceptional calibre of indoor racing here today at the Australian Indoor Rowing Champs for 2024.
Hey, it's Jed. Join me with Row Nation as we dive into the world of rowing. Yeah, long and strong to enjoy one of the world's best low impact full body workouts.
Hi there, I'm Tony Rice. I'm one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia, and I'm here to talk to you about the Endurance Booster training program on Row Nation. The aims of the Endurance Booster program is really exactly as it says, it's to boost your endurance. But we do that in a really simplified way. What you're trying to do each week is stretch yourself just a little bit more each time, understanding that as you go through the program, you'll build some fatigue. The way you boost your endurance is your body adapts to that fatigue, making 5 to 10% gains every week. This is very similar to what we do with the high performance athletes. I can guarantee that training works. If you stick to this program, follow it through, understand that you're going to have days where it's tough and days where you feel better, I'll guarantee that you'll improve all of your numbers across the board by the end of the program.
And welcome back after a short break. We are moving into race 25 of the 500 meter individual indoor rowing races. For this event, we have ages 40 to 59 of the male.
Sit ready. Attention.
And we are off. Ian McLeod, Andreas Zylstra, Joel Carpenter, Robert Rammer, Stephen Gaspars, Brad White, Jamie Hammond, Sven Witchen, Luke Schofield, David Woodhouse, Bryce Durham, Tom Parker, Riley Parker, and Daniel Hawkins, all in this race. And as we come through the first 100 meters, it is Joel Carpenter in the lead, sitting on a 1:12. Impressive pace for a 40 to 59-year-old. And sitting in second is Ian McLeod, followed by David Woodhouse, Robert Rammer, and now Andre Zylstra to set your top 5 in this race. Race 25 of the 500-meter individual 40 to 59 age category race. Joel Carpenter still sitting on a sub 120, as well as Ian McLeod. Impressive splits here, ladies and gentlemen, as they already pass the halfway. It's a short and sharp race. 150 meters to go now for Joel Carpenter as he sets the pace. There we have Stephen Gaspers on the screen there, giving it absolutely everything he's got. 50 meters to go. It's going to be Joel Carpenter taking out race 25 in the 40 to 59 age category, male 500 meter race. 117 for Joel Carpenter, Ian McLeod with a 120, Dave Woodhouse with a 125, and in fourth place, Jamie Hammond with a 128, closely followed by Andre Zylstra with a 128. 117.8 from Joel Carpenter. I'm pretty sure that beats Rosella Simon Keenan. Hopefully he's not listening. Then we have number 6, Robert Rammer, Sven Witchen, Bryce Durham, Luke Schofield, Stephen Gaspers, Brad White, Tom Parker, and we have Riley Parker and Daniel Hawkins coming in to the finish line here with a 159 for Riley, who's been beaten by his brother, I'm going to assume, Tom Parker, and Daniel Hawkins rounding out the race. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to race 26 of the 500 metre open women's event. In the starting blocks, we have Nadia Goldman-Lear, Nicola Jones, Molly Boyton, Aspen Penberthy, Jackie Reese, Ava Leleno, Eugene Anderson, and Edie Van der Sommen. Just waiting for one flywheel to stop. Here we go.
Set ready. Attention.
And we are off in race 26, the 500 metre individual. As we come to the first 50 metres of the race, we'll get a good sense of who's in front. There's some impressive splits on the screen already, ladies and gentlemen. And we look at our leaderboard right now. It's Jackie Reese coming out flying, sitting on a 134 now, followed closely by Nadia, then Nicola Jones, Aspen Penberthy, Eugene Anderson, Molly Boyton, Ava Leleno, and Edie Van der Sommen. Jackie Reese holding an untouchable split here. So Nadia comes close, trying to take out that top spot now, sitting on a 133. As we already are past the halfway mark, Nadia has now taken over Jackie Reese. Molly going stroke for stroke now. Nicola Jones in third place still, just 5 minutes off the top two. As we come into the last 150 metres of the race, it's going to be over in a flash. That's what these 500 metres are all about. They're fast, they're aggressive. But because of the nature of the race, they might be considered for rowers as a sprint, but they're still using their aerobic system coming into that last 100 metres of the race. They're starting to pinch now, building up a lot of lactate. Let's see what else they have in the tank as we have the last 50 metres now. Nadia still holding a lead of 1 metre, stroke for stroke with Jackie Reese. Nicola Jones is still 8 metres off the pace here of the top two. Nadia has finished with a 135, followed closely 0.4. Jackie Reese has just missed out on top spot by 0.1 of a second. We love to see tight racing like that. Third place, Nicola Jones. Fourth, Aspen Penberthy. Fifth, Eugenie Anderson. Sixth, Molly Boyson. Seventh, Ava Leleno. And coming in last is Edie Van der Sommen.
Hi there, I'm Tony Rice, one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia. Welcome to the indoor rowing machine, one of the toughest machines for training out there. I've designed this training program to make you feel so much more comfortable on the rowing machine. Rowers use more muscles than any other sport, and this program is designed to help you get the most out of your time spent on the machine. The components to rowing are muscular strength, muscular endurance, and cardiovascular fitness. I can guarantee that if you complete this program, all of those aspects will improve and you'll be able to progress on to the other fitness programs on Row Nation to be able to get more out of your rowing experience.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just giving out the shirts.
Sit ready. Attention.
All right, coming into the last 100 meters now, we have Timothy Duke of ACT coming in red hot, sitting on a 125 right now. Second place, Steve Miro and Peter Juiced coming in at third place. It's a pretty spread out field here, not like the last race. So Timothy Duke, an easy win there with a 125. Second place, Steve Miro. Third, Peter Juiced. Fourth, Mark Whitaker. Fifth, Peter Watson. Sixth place, David De Beers. Seventh place, Peter Rafferty. Eighth, Peter Kemp. Ninth, Peter Throsby. And coming in 10th, last but not least, Terry Lyer. We'll be right back after a short break for race number 28.
So this is the women's race. So we've got, again, a few of the older age groups ranging from 40 to 49 through to, we've got some people in the 60 to 64 category, 65 to 69 as well. Getting ready for the start now. So they're just going back to warm up. So we'll be kicking off in just a couple of moments.
Attention!
And we are underway in race number 28. So again, a range of different age groups, a range of different folks from around the country. Big shout out. There's a big crew here from Wentworth down on the New South Wales-Victoria border. Beck Marshall, Ferna Vag, Anita Hawkins and Catherine Dawes all out from there. We've got a couple from Newcastle and Phoebe Sanders and Susan Kemp. Then as well as that, we've got a few people scattered around in this event as well. So we've got Lee Harrop from Rowing Northern Territory, of all places, and then also Jan Zilm, who we've seen a few times earlier on today. Out in front, though, Elizabeth Hannigan. We saw her have a great race in the 1,000 metres. She's sitting on a 1:37 pace through the first 250. Katie Brazel sitting in second place, then Shona Stewart, Lee Harrop, Ferna Vag, Phoebe Sanders, Litza Moreau, Anita Hawkins, Catherine Dawes, Susan Kemp, Beck Marshall, and Jan Zilm. 200 metres to go for Elizabeth Hannigan, our race leader, in a 20-metre gap over the first 300. She is absolutely flying at the moment and on pace for a very, very quick time indeed. Katie Brazel sitting in second, Shona Stewart in third place, and Lee Harrop in fourth. Down to the last 100 metres or so left to go. It's been a very quick time here from Elizabeth Hannigan. And then in the battle for some of the minor placings, Phoebe Sanders, Anita Hawkins and Litza Moreau are all within a few metres of each other. And with 100 left to go in that particular race, it'll be interesting to see who's able to go through and get ahead of the others. Shona Stewart now moving ahead of Katie Brazel. It's a win for Elizabeth Hannigan, a 140.2. Coming through in second place will be Shona Stewart. She'll finish in a time there of 147 flat. Katie Brazel in a 148.1. Lee Harrop from Rowing Northern Territory, a 153.4. Then it was not much pick between our middle three. So Phoebe Sanders, 154.8. Ferna Vag, 155.9. 156.7 for Anita Hawkins. Litza Moreau, 159.7. Catherine Dawes, 203.3. Susan Kemp from Newcastle, 205.4. Beck Marshall from Wentworth in a 210.5, with Jan Zilm in a 219.4. A number of these rowers already done the 2K, the 1K, and even the 1 minute sprint. So backing it up with the 500 metres. So it'll be a couple of minutes to go, and then at 20 past we'll have our next race, which will be the last of our 500 metre races. Race now in our final 500 metre race. It's race number 29. Our competitors getting ready.
Set ready. Attention.
So we are underway. David Matheson in the 75 to 79 men's open category. We have Peter Sheehan from the Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing Club in the 80 to 84 lightweight category, and then John Dawson in the open 80 to 84 men's category. So all three of these rowers, they will be winning their individual part. But once again, don't forget that the results will be tabulated. We've got a number of people that have put in their entries manually, that have done their entries early on in the piece. Earlier on today, we saw there were a couple of events where we had rowers competing from the Casey Station down in Antarctica and then competing live with some rowers from Finland. So well and truly the length and breadth of the globe here at the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. David Matheson with a 7-metre lead over Peter Sheehan early on, although Peter Sheehan is starting to move quite quickly. He's on a 150 split. He's about 5 seconds quicker than David Matheson, and with about 200 metres or so left to go, he's every single chance of going through and catching. So it's now down to 3 metres, the difference between the two, and about 175 metres left to go. So you would imagine Peter Sheehan can move through David Matheson there. John Dawson sitting on a nice 2-minute split there for his 200 metres. And it is Peter Sheehan who has moved into the lead now from the Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing Club. Big shout out to all of the people that we've got in our various hubs and in their various clubs. Sunshine Coast Indoor Rowing, we've got a hub down at Launceston, a hub at the Red Shed in Canberra, which we'll go back to a little bit later on, also a hub at Loretto. Out in front, Peter Sheehan from Sunshine Coast. He's got 30 metres left to go. He's out by a couple of metres, but again, David Matheson is coming back. How's it going to finish? It's at the line, and it is 0.2 of a second. Peter Sheehan holds on for the win. 151 flat, a 151.2 for David Matheson, and a 157.5 for John Dawson in our final 500-metre race. But get ready, ladies and gentlemen, because at 2:30, we're going to kick it off. It's the first of our relay events. Stay tuned for that one.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex Hill. Get ready to transform your fitness and conquer the road to 5K. If you're searching for a fitness challenge that's rewarding, fun and designed for everyone, then you found it.
Hi, I'm Tony Rice, one of the sports scientists with Rowing Australia. Welcome to some of the programs on Row Nation, built for high performance athletes and now tailored for you. With the technical sessions, you're looking at perfecting your technical aspects of the stroke. Other sessions are what we'd call a work session, and you're looking to get as much out of your physical capacity as you possibly can. When you combine those two aspects, you become a much better rower, and we guarantee that what we've learned over years and years of working with high performance athletes is that if you follow these programs, they'll work for you and you'll be a better rower and more fit and healthy by the end of the programs.
Fellas, Simon Keenan, Spencer Tone, Josh Hicks, and Alex Hill all entered into this race. The atmosphere of the red shed is absolutely pumping right now as we get ready to go in 30 seconds. Race is at the ready. And we'll flip over to Stuart John.
Thanks, Nick. It looks exciting there, and I tell you what, I would imagine that Rowing Australia crew will be the favourites. They are getting ready to race. We are underway. It's the first of our relays. It's the 4x500 metre relays, and undeniably, Rowing Australia crew off to an early lead, sitting on a 1:17 split. This really is the fly and die. And one of the things that's really fascinating about the relay races is the fact that you'll have people holding down the foot straps on the erg. And the reason being is that rather than trying to get your foot out, tighten it up, get your foot in, you'll have two people from the team. They'll be sitting there. They'll be holding on to that. And as the person finishes up, they go off, take a few deep breaths. Another two people hold it down while the next person jumps on. It is absolutely chaotic. But it is Rowing Australia with that lead. This crew here, as Nick mentioned, it is a few of our Rosellas, Alex Hill, Simon Keenan, Spencer Turren, and Josh Hicks. And opening up a very early lead, we've got then a couple of crews from Canberra Grammar School. So we've got Canberra Grammar 1 and two Canberra Grammar Schools. So they're sitting about 20 or so metres apart from each other. And then we've got an under-16s crew from Launceston Grammar and an under-15s crew from Launceston Grammar as well. And I can imagine that the atmosphere down at Launceston Grammar would be absolutely electric, as I'm sure it is at the Red Shed at the moment. So we'll see now as they come up towards the 1,500 metres, the boats will start to slow right down. That'll be as they switch over to the next rower. So the first rower will step back, take a few deep breaths. The next rower will jump on, and another two of his teammates will be holding down those foot straps as they take off again. So Rowing Australia back off again on a 1:17, 1:18 split. Canberra Grammar 60 metres back. But you'd expect that, and what a thrill this would be for our Canberra Grammar and Launceston Grammar crews. They're up against a team full of champions in that Rosella's crew in lane number 1 on the screen, and you'll be able to see the footage there as they're going into it. And even one of the Rosella's coaches, Lyle McCarthy, watching on as our Rosella's really pushing it through. Some fantastic views here from the top of the rowing machine. So we're coming up now. It's about 1,150 metres left to go for our leading crew, and then back a little bit further. So we've got the two Canberra Grammar crews in second and third for the race, and then we've got our two Launceston Grammar crews in fourth and fifth. So the race largely going as expected. We're starting to see now the Rowing Australia crew just pulling up at the 1,000 metres, so they'll do the quick changeover now. Canberra Grammar only about 70 or so metres back, which for the first 1,000 metres is a pretty solid effort there when you're up against some of the best rowers in the country. Second Canberra Grammar crew also just coming up towards their second changeover, and then back a little bit further to the two Launceston Grammar crews. So sitting on about 1:39 and around about the 1:30 in those split times. They're taking it away again in the Australian crew. And you can see there Alex Hill on the screen. He is sucking in the deep breaths, and you can really see the power as that camera just shakes as they're going through those, as every time he takes a stroke. And often what you'll find with these relay races as well is that there'll be some weights that'll be on the end of the ergs, particularly when you get some of the bigger boys that are in there. They can actually yank the erg off its feet. So it really gives an idea as to the pressure that's going through in these particular races. So Rowing Australia with that lead coming into the final changeover now. And then we'll see the two Canberra Grammar crews and then the two Launceston Grammar crews. We're going to switch over to Nick after the race, and he'll be chatting to our Rosella's crew as they get through, after, of course, they get through the last 500 metres, and after, of course, they manage to get their breath back as we just see that quick changeover and back at it again. So it's still Rowing Australia with that lead. The first Canberra Grammar crew, they're about 140 metres back, sitting on a 134 pace. And then back again, another 40 metres to the second Canberra Grammar crew. And then the two Launceston Grammar crews sitting on around about the 140s or so. And it'll be interesting just over this final stages what the changeover is going to be like between the under-16 Launceston Grammar crew and the under-15 Launceston Grammar crew. It's about 10 metres between the two of them as they come into that final changeover. But the under-15 boys, they made up some good ground through that third 500 metres. The Rosellas now 200 metres left to go, and they are absolutely flying at the moment. So they'll be coming up towards the finish line very, very soon. And there's certainly that gap between the two Launceston crews. Well, it's just starting to open up again. The quicker changeover there for the under-16s from Launceston Grammar, and they've been able to pull away quite substantially from the under-15s and really extend that gap out. So Rowing Australia with the lead. Canberra Grammar in second place. They've got 250 metres left to go. So we just see the final stages now, and there's some very, very knackered Rowing Australia. Some very knackered Rosellas. They're having a good old giggle. It's fantastic, and a big thrill for the Canberra Grammar crews that are there for them as well. You can see them just on the left-hand side of the screen, really pushing through to the finish. So 100 metres left to go for our first of our Canberra Grammar crew, sitting on a 128 split. They're coming up. They've got a nice big gap over the second Canberra Grammar crew, doing a 138. Our under-16s from Launceston Grammar, they're sitting nicely on a 135. They're moving the second quickest out of our remaining crews, and then back to the under-15s from Launceston Grammar. Canberra Grammar, their first crew, finishes in a 6:08.4, a time of 5 minutes 30.5 for our Rosellas in the 4x500 metre relay. The second Canberra Grammar crew just coming to the finish line now. They'll get across in a time of 6 minutes 21.4. We're getting up now for the under-16 boys from Launceston Grammar who are part of this race, and they've got just a couple of big strokes left to go, and they'll cross the line now in a time there of 6 minutes 39 flat. And now our final crew in this particular race, they've got 150 metres left to go, sitting on a 2-minute split, but I reckon with a few cheers from the crowd, they'll be able to get that one right down. It's down to just over 100 metres, and a big push coming here. A number of our crews today, the 2K, the 1K, the 1 minute, the 500, and now the 4x500. And I tell you what, they've earned that big bowl of pasta a little bit later on this evening. 50 metres now left to go. Expecting some big cheers coming through from the Launceston hub. With just 20 metres left now, the big push coming, and it will be a finish there for the under-15s from Launceston Grammar in a time of 7 minutes and 22. And I think now we might be are we going to throw straight across to the Red Shed to have a chat with some of our Rosellas?
He's just like, get up, mate, let me finish this off.
Hang on.
I was like, get on, Joey. I went out about 650. I was like, when I started saying 130s, I was like, I'm only losing speed here.
Sorry, guys. Quick grab for the live stream. We'll start with you, Josh, if that's all right. Josh, how was that race? 500 metres. How do you think you went?
It sucked. That was terrible. Why would anyone do this if they didn't have to? Oh.
Hilly, same thoughts?
Myself and Spencer are probably the runs around Lake Valley Griffin probably weren't matching for these boys on the 500s, but Simo brought us out strong.
Simon?
It was good to all be back together again. A very humbling experience, a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's great event. Just happy to be here and get through that, really.
All right. You heard it here first. Thanks, guys.
start for race number 31. It's our third last race, and we're just waiting for the flywheels to stop on the ergs as they get ready to kick it off. So all four of our entries that are racing in this one, all from Launceston Grammar. So down at that Launceston hub, don't forget to check the Rowing Australia social media. They've got a great view from down at Launceston.
Set ready. Attention.
So we are underway here, and we've got in lane 1, it's the under 15 girls. In lane 2, it's the under 16 girls. Lane 3, we have the open girls, and lane 4, it's the first open girls cruise. So it'll be interesting to see how these crews pan out. Certainly the big carrot, I guess, for anyone rowing down in Tasmania this year is, or this season over the summer, is the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships going on down at Lake Barrington in late March in 2025. So very much looking forward to that. Lake Barrington, one of the most beautiful rowing courses in the world, and the Australian Rowing Championships returning to Tasmania for the first time since 2021, home of the World Championships back in the early 90s, and still described as one of the most beautiful rowing courses in the world. Unsurprisingly, it is the first open crew that have that early lead, sitting on a 145 split, 144 through the first 250 metres. We would expect them to be able to go through and hold on. We've got the under 15 girls sitting ahead of the under 16 girls. So it'll be fascinating to see how well they're able to hold on to that lead. It's only a few metres, though, when we're now starting to see the under 16 girls really start to put a bit of a push on. They've warmed up into it and now really starting to get close to that under 15s crew. The second open girls crew, they're sitting in 4th place at the moment, but you might find that starts to close up a little bit as we go through, depending on which rowers, what the strength of the rowers that they have in there. So it is the open crew with that lead coming up now to the first changeover. So again, it will be the very quick jump off. Next person jumps on, and the other two are holding down the foot straps to be able to keep them in place. So the open girls have made that changeover. They're moving along now. The under 16 girls, look, they've opened up a nice little lead as the under 15s do their changeover. And now the second open girls crew is starting to go off quite nicely through this second 500. So they're starting to make up a little bit of ground on the under 15 girls. It's the open crew, though, that still have that lead. 142 pace, extending that lead out. It's 30 to 40 metres now, and looking very comfortable out in front indeed. But remember, there are still 2 other legs left to go in about 250 metres time. It is the open 41 metres ahead of the under 16s, then back about 20 metres to the under 15s. And here come the second open girls crew. They've absolutely flown through in this second 500 metres, and now that gap has closed right down, and in fact it will be the second open girls crew that will start to move ahead of the under 15 girls. So looks like it was the strongest rower for the under 15s off early. A really quick start. They were sitting in second place at one point ahead of an open crew and an under 16 crew, but just starting to drop off the pace a little bit at the moment. So then the question is, can the second open crew make it up to the under 16s? That gap is starting to decrease. They're both sitting on about the same splits. And again, the changeovers absolutely critical if they are to close that gap right up over the final 1,000 metres. Speaking of at 1,000 metres, it is the open crew, the number 1 crew pulled up at the 1,000. They're doing a very quick changeover indeed, and they've started to take off again. So you can see that pace. It goes right down, goes right back up again, well over 2 minutes, and then now a 1:38. They are absolutely flying through these early stages. And the great thing is, whereas before in the 2K, with the 1K, with the 1 minute, with the 500, now this is it. These are the last races of the day here at the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. And you can see how much energy that they're just pouring into these final races. The open crew sitting on a 140 split. The under 16s, they're on a 139. They've extended that gap over the second open crew. It's all happening down at Launceston Grammar at the moment. And that under 16 crew, this third rower, is absolutely flying. She has taken off right at the start. She's sitting quicker than the open crew, making sure that that gap doesn't extend out too far, and sitting about 10 seconds quicker than the second open girls crew at the moment. Then back a bit further to the under 15 crew. Very strong start, but they're still sitting quite nicely, and you suspect that they'll be aiming for a sub 8 minutes 4x500. Our leaders, the open crew from Launceston, they've kept it at about 80 metres, that lead. The under 16s still holding on strong. They have absolutely flown through these early stages and managing to keep ahead of the second open crew. So going very nicely indeed. 50 metres between the under 16 crew and the second open crew, who are sitting in about a 2-minute 5 split. So a big push at the start, and then maybe just running out of a little bit of energy. Final changeover now for the open girls number 1 crew. 138, 139 splits. They've got 400 metres left to go. The under 16s, they're coming up towards their final change now. And this will be critical. 50 metres to make up over 500 metres for the second open crew to catch up and pass the under 16 crew. Are they able to do it? We're seeing the changeover now. We're seeing the splits drop right down. The under 16s, well, they've taken off at a 145 split. So the second open girls crew will need to be absolutely motoring. They need to be about 5 seconds quicker than the under 16s if there are any chance of being able to go through and catch up to the under 16s. The under 15s, they're just doing their changeover now, and we can see they're just starting to motor through. A 142, 138 off the line. So the first open crew, they've got that lead. They've got about 150 metres to go, and they've got about 120 metres over the under 16s. And then over the last 300 metres, can the second open crew catch up to the under 16s? They are sitting quicker, but it's 50 metres, the difference between the two crews. Are they able to make that up over the last 250 metres? They're going to have to reach right in to the fuel tank and absolutely have it emptied. They're 4 seconds quicker on that split. The under 15s are also sitting pretty quick. They're 4 seconds quicker. They've got 55 metres to make up, and it may just be a little bit too far with 250 metres left to go. So it's a win for the first crew, 701.1. A fantastic row from them. Very, very quick and deserved winners there. Now in the battle for silver, it is going to be the under 16s. They've got 40 metres, the difference, and it's only about 50 metres left to go for the under 16 crew. They'll be stoked with that one. They've got one over the second open crew, and now with a couple of big strokes left to go, it will be second place in this race for the under 16 girls crew from Launceston Grammar. They'll finish in a 7:33.3. Coming into the finish now will be the second open crew from Launceston Grammar. They'll finish now in a time there of 7 minutes 43.3, so a 10-second gap between second and third. And then the under 15 girls coming up towards the finish line now, and they are finishing in a 7:54.8, so able to go through and take that win. Now, we've got some winners for a couple of our competitions. So, courtesy of the good people at Concept 2, we do have a winner of the Concept 2 erg, and that is Jonathan Tan from Queensland. He's won the erg courtesy of Concept 2. The winner of our 776 BC $500 voucher goes by the Instagram handle of NickDE07. So at NickDE07 has won the voucher courtesy of 776 BC. Jonathan Tan from Queensland winning the erg courtesy of Concept 2. And now we'll hand across back to the Red Shed, where we've got our very own Nick Jones standing on the standing out in the veranda at the Red Shed with Olympic champion Alexander Hill.
Thanks, Stu. Yeah, that's right. I'm here with Alex Hill, the recent winner of the Opens 2K relay with his fellow Rosellers. Hilly, firstly, congratulations on Paris, and a really awesome effort to put all those 4 years or 3 years of training down, and you did all of us super proud here at home, and we're really thankful for you to be coming out to here only a few months after you finished wrapped up, and you're out here supporting the locals here at Red Shed. How's it been since you've come back, and what's been the mindset coming in since you arrived back home?
For me, just chilling out, taking a bit of time off, and giving back to the community a little bit here in Canberra, which has been amazing. Doing some coaching at Canberra Grammar School, which has been really good fun. And obviously coming to stuff like this, the amazing new facility here at the Red Shed, and doing our indoor running champs has been heaps of fun, and it's been a great day.
And we know that you've got programs written by Ricey, who has also written the programs from Row Nation. I mean, personally, how has Row Nation been for you to prep yourself? I mean, you might be focusing on weights or whatever the case may be, but how important has Row Nation been in prepping even your students for an event like this?
Yeah, and I think Row Nation caters for everyone in terms of all abilities. So we've got a lot of different programs and stuff like that, which is super exciting on the new platform. And a lot of stuff that obviously a lot of advice that we get at the top end catered for everyone. So I think it'll be a really exciting new platform that we've got going.
And on a personal note, congratulations, you're getting married soon. And what will your sort of trajectory look like? Will we see you in LA? What are you thinking at the moment?
I was just taking it day by day at the moment a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see. I think there's definitely a lot more fire left in the belly. I would definitely wanting to better some of our results from Paris, which I think we're definitely a lot more capable of. So we'll have to wait and see if the body holds up, and see how we go.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Healy. Back to you, Stu.
to be having a little bit of a tech issue in there at the moment. So nothing coming up on the screen. So once we've got that, we'll come back with some commentary. Kickoff at 3:30. It is, though, your final chance to be able to get in and win a $500 Bolle voucher. Celebrate your hard work and dedication. Follow Rowing Australia, Bolle Australia, and Row Nation on social media, and then share your Australian Indoor Rowing Championship 2024 race setup performance, and make sure you tag Rowing Australia in that. So share it as a story or a post on Instagram, and make sure you include the hashtag AIRC24, and then tell us how you use the voucher afterwards in the comments, and tag a friend for some extra entries. The best race photo shared will get an extra entry into the draw. The entries close at 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time today, and one lucky winner will be drawn on Monday. So that's for your chance to win a $500 Bolle voucher. Then make sure you send your setup or performance pick, tag Rowing Australia, Bolle Australia, and Row Nation in there, and then it gives you your chance to win a $500 voucher. A big shout out again to Bolle Australia, also to Concept 2, who gave away an erg to Jonathan Tan from Queensland, and then also to the team from 776 BC. We've got Nick DE07, who's been able to win the $500 776 BC voucher. So he is a very, very happy man there. So final race of the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championships kicking off at 3:30. Getting ready for the start of our final race of the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championship. So it is our final relay. We've got the 4x500 metres and a few different crews from around the place that'll be going on this one. So we can see there we've got CGS, Senior Men's Crew. We've got the Red Sheds in there as well. That's in lane number 2. And then we've got 3 crews from Launceston Grammar. So the Open Boys 1, the Open Boys 2, and the Open Boys 3 as we wait for our final flywheel to stop as we get ready for the final race of the day. So Canberra Grammar, the Red Shed, and then Launceston Grammar, Open Boys 1, 2, and 3. Getting ready for the start. We are underway in the final race of the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. The Red Shed with that early lead, and they have some massive ability on the erg to be able to go through in a 109 split. That's about as fast as we've seen it at any point during today's proceedings. So a 109, 111, 110 at the moment. So the Red Shed then over the other 2 crews, but it'll be fascinating to see what they're doing through those middle stages. Canberra Grammar, they're sitting in 5th place at the moment, and they're about 30 metres behind. But again, the interesting part about these relay races is that even if you've got the one really good rower, the other 3 still have to be able to back it up and still have to be able to really push hard to try and make it through and to hold on to a win. The Red Shed now, they're coming up to their first stop. Their next person that will be coming on at the Red Shed, I believe, will be a ring-in from New Zealand called Joe Trappett. So he's about to jump on there. The 3rd crew from Launceston Grammar, they're coming up. They're doing their changeover now, as are the other 2 crews from Launceston Grammar, the 1 and 2 crews. So it's 3, 1, 2, the order there, although the 2 crew just moving ahead at the changeover at that first 500 metres. Canberra Grammar now, they're just catching up and they're doing their first changeover, and a very quick changeover there, and some nice speeds coming up through this second 500. So it is the Red Shed with that lead, but that lead is starting to get cut down. They're sitting on a 135 split. The 3rd crew from Launceston Grammar, they're sitting on a 128, so it's about 7 or 8 seconds the difference, and they're starting to close down that lead. It was around 60 metres. It's dropping, and it's dropping quite dramatically as the Red Sheds just lost a little bit of pace there at about the 1,200 metre mark, and then just catching that back up. So they are now moving, sitting at a nice 130 split. So they've stemmed the damage. It's now 38 metres between first and second, and then back another 35 metres between the 3rd crew from Launceston Grammar and the 1st crew, 7 metres back to the number 2 crew from Launceston Grammar. And then Canberra Grammar, well, they've made up some distance. It was sitting at about 40 metres or so through the first 500, but now that's almost down to single figures. It's a 126 split in that second 500 from Canberra Grammar School, and they're catching fast up to the boys from Tasmania. So that's the second changeover now. We've got the Red Shed flicking across. They've changed it now, and they're off on their 3rd leg. The 3rd crew from Launceston Grammar, they're now changed over. They're on their 3rd leg. And now our final 3 crews, there is absolutely nothing between them. And I'll tell you what, Canberra Grammar really came home strongly in that second 500s. And now they're sitting, well, they were sitting in 3rd place, but now they've just dropped off a little bit. It's only 3 metres between 3rd and 5th. And I tell you what, we'll have to keep an eye on that one, because it is going to be a fascinating finish. The number 2 crew from Launceston Grammar sitting in 3rd place for the race, with the number 1 crew sitting in 4th, and they'll be looking to try and make up a wee bit of ground there as well. It's still the Red Shed out in front, though, sitting on a 133, a 128, down in the 120, so they're absolutely motoring through this 500 metres. They've got about 650 metres left to go now. The second crew from Launceston Grammar, they're sitting in... the third crew, they're sitting in 2nd place. The second crew in 3rd and the first crew in 4th, just to make things nice and interesting. And then Canberra Grammar, they were up close at the changeover, just dropping back a little bit, but they're maintaining a speed very nicely. They will need over the last 500, though, to have a really big finish, and you can see it happen here in the indoor rowing relays. The Red Shed, final changeover now. They've jumped off. The next person's on, and they are underway. So they are looking very strong for the race win. They're sitting at about a 137 split for the final stages, and they're opened up that lead now to well over 60 metres from the number 3 crew from Launceston Grammar, who are down to a 119. They are flying through these final stages. It's a 20-second split difference, 30-second split difference between these 2 crews. It's back down to 20, and with every stroke, the Open Boys 3 crew from Launceston Grammar are making up a metre on the Red Shed. They're down to about 280 metres to go. That difference has gone from 60 metres down to 30. It's still about 15, 16 seconds. The difference. Here come Launceston Grammar, number 3 crew. It is Red Shed leading Launceston Grammar. Big push now. They're within 8 metres. It's the big finale coming up, the Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. The Red Shed now, they've stemmed the bleeding a little bit. That split's gone right down into the final stages. There's just over 100 metres to go. Launceston Grammar, number 3 crew. They were 50, 60 metres back. It's down to 3. It's 100 metres left now. It is the Red Shed holding off Launceston Grammar. Launceston Grammar in the lead. Launceston Grammar, the number 3 crew. They've taken the lead. They're 2 metres. 3 metres. They're stretching it out. It's going to be an amazing comeback victory for the Launceston Grammar 3 crew. They've gone through in a time of 6 minutes 9.4, finishing 0.6 of a second ahead of the Red Shed. And then the second crew from Launceston Grammar, 6:14.9. Canberra Grammar, they've had a big finish. They've been able to go through in 4th place, and they'll finish there in a time of just 6 minutes 26. And then our final crew from Launceston Grammar will finish in a time of 6 minutes 36.1. That concludes the 2024 Australian Indoor Rowing Championships. A big thanks to all those who've competed and all those who have officiated and set up the various hubs around the country. And also a big thank you to the team at Rowing Australia who have set this up and have been working feverishly behind the scenes to help make it a success. My name's Stuart John. I hope you've had a fantastic time, and we'll see you all throughout the 2024-25 rowing season.